Hello, my friends. What is happening? Hello, everybody. It is good to be back with you. That did take a little bit longer than I anticipated, but thank you for your patience for all of you that are back after the first video, and welcome to the Sned Shed. And I've got it a little darker here tonight just because I wanted to kind of set the mood for a Saturday night. And I'm looking forward to hanging with you for a little bit tonight, just talking about some stuff that matter. Good to see you, D. I'm monitoring the Rumble chat, and I'm monitoring the chat right here. We got the Rumble in the chat. Hey, D, good to see you. Both 22 and 24 are live. Is that true? Whoops. Okay. But we do have Hawk in the house. When he's ready to come on in, he can do so. But for those of you that didn't see, hey, buddy.
Hey, go ahead. Keep going.
Okay. I was just going to say, for those of you who didn't see the previous video, I asked you to check that out. Yeah, Hawk, you were watching a little of that as well. Sorry about the sound, folks.
No, that's fine. I took and I got a little bit of stuff done after I finished the first podcast, and then I took a 2.5 hour nap. That was much needed. So, hence the reason.
I figured that's exactly what happened. So all is well. It's all working out quite well.
Yeah, I slept a little bit longer than I planned on, though. It was, I figured a 2-hour nap would be good, but I was so damn warm, and that little girl, Honey, was all snuggled up with me. What can I say?
Man, that's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome, man. So, I had a little technical difficulty on the show and with the video, but got through it. And we were talking quite a bit about that last night because Trump has been, truthing about the jab, and it's pissing a lot of people off.
Yeah.
And so it's good to kind of be on that train of thought, because there's so much of what's going on here that bears criticism or challenging. Yeah. So it was. I think it was time to bring that back again. Any thoughts on that?
Well, I was watching the video that you put out, and and I understand, it is 100% information that needs to be out there in the public. It is a discussion that needs to be had. The fact of the censorship surrounding it is ridiculous. It really is. It's advantageous to the people. It's organizations like the WHO and the WEF and the UN have created such a barrier between, especially where it comes to the medicinal side of life, so many barriers where it comes to communication, and it really stinks that we have to shut down a couple of channels in order to be able to even have a conversation about it, to be able to show people information like these doctors. We've had some doctors who've come out over this, these last couple of years. Actually, since it began, we've had doctors who come out about it. And what happens? They get shut down. You got the frontline doctors and everything else, and and these people have been super against it and trying to create a conversation, but they get shut down. They get their licenses pulled. They get shamed into it's time for you to hide because we're going to destroy you if you don't, is basically what it comes down to. And frankly, I'm really tired of it, but what can we do? So we've got to skirt around with our heads hunkered down and hoods over our heads in order to make sure we're not spotted and get the story to every place that we can, and it's wrong, and the thing is, Dave, in your breakdown there in regards to, talking about the V's and the damage that they've done and what you've seen, there's too much solid information there for it not to go out to everybody. It sucks. But right now, the only thing that we can do is point people in the right direction to go and see it. So it is up on Rumble. It is up on X. If you missed it, go to the indoctrination there on Rumble. All one word, in the indoctrination, and watch it. It'll be well worth your time. I guarantee you. And it's something that you can show to other people to make them aware of the things that they've been doing for years. That's the big thing, we have all got that little, the little circle, Dave, the little circle on the arm, we've got we've all got we've had the mark since the 60s. We've had the mark since the 60s, and it's like, the thing about our mark though was it allowed us to get the chicken pox, call our neighbors and invite all the kids over, have one big party and let everybody get it and everybody get it over with at the same time.
Yeah.
Parents were so smart back then, and then
Well,
in the late 70s
yeah.
and
Yeah.
80s, they started enveloping to the coordinated efforts of the medical industry. And then the 90s, it got even heavier, and here we are in the 2000s where you can't, HEPA laws are supposedly better for the average person today. Okay. The HEPA laws are supposed to be more protective of your medical privacy and everything else. Guess what? They're not. They're not.
Mm-hmm.
More people get a hold of your crap today than they got a hold of your crap 20 years ago. It's like, whoa. But hey, we can't talk about it. We can't talk about it. We got to use secret code words. Hi, I'm Secret Squirrel.
Well, it was interesting because leading up to 2020, our community, like we took my daughter to our neighbor had chicken pox, and so we took her down and had her drink out of the same glass and had them play together, and our friend's daughter loved it because she revered my daughter, and she was younger. And our families loved it because she got a visit from a friend, and when she was feeling really, really bad. And then my daughter got it for, she had it for 6-7 days, and
Poof,
it's gone.
Yep.
But she got stronger, and she got to take some time off and slow down and let her immune system build. And that is where HERD, the mentality comes from.
Yep.
Is that if enough people get it, then everybody's immune to it.
Yep.
And we're not going to get, subsequent events from it. That's where that came from. And the information, the false information that they use to push forward this agenda is that they need that for the jabs. And that's why they came after the religious and medical exemptions, because we were staying away. We were more than the 5%. They need people at 95%, but that's the fallacy. It's not about 95% of people getting the jab. It's about 95% of the people getting it, so that, everybody's got it and it's not a problem. It's the body, the human body is fighting these things.
It's
an
amazing machine. It's an amazing healing machine if we let it be.
Absolutely. And so I just kept seeing one after another of these agendas being played out right before me. The H1, the N1, the religious, the medical, and just slowly chipping away at our freedoms and coming closer and closer to my house, and my fences kept getting torn down. And I kept getting, violated. And I tell you, man, knowing that I would have to leave my home, that I'd have to run is horrible. And like I've said before, people said, well, why didn't you just get like a fake, jab card, or, find a school that, but it wouldn't have been a real school. A school that would allow her in, wouldn't have had a gym and a performing arts center and all that. And I was just getting tired of the tyranny, tired of having to jump through hoops and be in this thing that you were talking about, this hush, hush, don't say a word,
The secret squirrel. He's a secret squirrel. Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat. That's basically what you feel like, It's like it never comes out as what it's supposed to be, It's supposed to be a rabbit coming out of there, but no, it never comes out that way. Why? Because the alterations in which these tech platforms have so much influence that they stop the message from getting out.
Oh, it was just, and so, before, 2020, it was, I'm sorry, before 2019, when they took away our medical, it was kind of like, hey, I would know a doctor that would give us a medical exemption. So you'd come to me and say, hey, Dave, I heard you got a doctor, you got a medical. Yeah. Well, call him. He'd be loved, but you don't talk about it. You don't put it in an email. You don't talk about it at the school function. Okay. It's hush, hush. And so what was weird was when people started being more adamant about it and speaking out about it. And I'll take you through this course of events over several years. Was the religious exemption got taken away, then the medical, and people started saying no because they reached the precipice. And so more and more and more people got involved in the fight for our sovereignty of our own bodies. One of the pictures that I found when I was, just kind of pulling up just kind of reliving this today. I pulled up a few of the dates and the times and everything. And I don't want to get too much into this topic because of the platforms that we are on.
Yeah.
But we're being pretty good about being stealth with this conversation, I think. Wouldn't you agree?
Yep.
I think we're being pretty stealth. Yeah. Okay. Because I don't want to put your channels at risk, because the only channels I'm broadcasting to right now, my friends, is X and Rumble, and this kind of stuff is no longer being taken off of those channels, like Hawk was saying. So, but we don't want to affect Hawk's ability to get people like me and X22 and we know in front of you on these other platforms that we've all been kicked off of. So, and so it was, but what was really interesting, Hawk, is as more and more people reached the precipice and decided, like, nope, no more. I'm not going to run from this anymore. I'm going to speak out about it. That is the same trajectory that I am seeing the Great Awakening take place. And it's very interesting because it's a lot of the same, strategy being deployed against humanity. And so, and that's when, this was the same as if, Hawk, I went and I knew I was going to play against, this team that was one of our rivals. So what am I going to do? I'm going to find tape on them. I'm going to find video on them. I'm going to go watch them play, and I'm going to try to figure out what they do. So then I can go tell my boys, hey, or girls, I coached girls as well, and say, hey, this is what they're going to try to do to us. Let's look at this and see how we're going to defend this, or see how we're going to go against their defense. And so, so for me as a player and as a coach, this was my natural thing. So when I started seeing these patterns of tyranny get more and more and more invasive, 9/11 and the Patriot Act, and slowly they're chipping away at our sovereignty. And then when I saw, knowing the Hegelian dialectic, as I know, the problem, reaction, solution, and seeing what they did with all these different pandemics, it was a natural for me to know the next step and to warn about the next step. And then as soon as the next step happened, we were on it and we were talking about it every day. But as you said, every platform said, nope, you're not talking about that.
Yep. It's So I got so one of the first things that I saw when I got up from my nap, I turned on X, and one of the first things I saw was an odd kind of exchange between DJT and Dan Bongino.
Huh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm so glad you got a nap in because we went late last night, but you had already gone deep into the day last night. 12 hours, I think you did.
Yeah, I think it's somewhere around there. 10. No, actually, I think it was around 10 or 11 hours. It was the night before it was 13 hours. So, and people say to me, it's, dude, that's a lot of time. Don't you think you should cut back a little bit? Well, this is the thing is we get shifts of people who come in, we get some people who turn us on first thing in the day and they listen to us while they're driving down the road to go to work, or they're listening to us on their lunch break. They're even playing us in their office during lunch, or during during the daytime.
Throughout the day, yeah.
And people are hearing things, and it's drawing more people to more information. So the amount of time just means that that we had more content to share and to discuss. And what's in the idea of it is to just get as much information out there as we can about everything, and you pick and choose what topics you have the most interest in. That's the thing is, and Dave, you and I had to talk about this the other day about sensory overload of information for people. Well, listen, folks, you pick up what you can use and cut your pie hole or go outside.
Pie hole. Do you feed them pie?
Yeah, they got my carrot cake last night.
Did they? I told you they were going to like that. I told you they were going to like that.
They got my carrot cake. I went out to throw a couple of gallons in the generator, and I came back in, and the package was on the floor, and it was licked perfectly clean. I've never had such a clean package before. Yeah, it's it's the garbage man would be proud of me. Okay.
I told you that they're into the vegetables. They're into the vegetables. The carrot.
Oh man. So
that's called you've heard of the, either the stick or the carrot method. Well, that's the carrot cake method.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is like a carrot on crack, basically.
Yeah. So I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna highlight you in this one, Dave, and I'm gonna send it to you in the messages over there on X. For you to pull up. This way here we can keep a nice smooth, video going this whole time. But this is the interaction between, and this was put up by your boy, Sir Oliver Pollock.
Oh, well, I don't know if you heard, because I don't think you got to the end, but he came into to the end of the video, and I invited him on with us tonight because I knew you would be dialed in. Yeah, so I'll reach out to him via X as well. And
I like the little decodes he does, doesn't make anything complicated. It makes it nice and easy to be able to follow exactly the narrative that he's trying to give you, and to me, we've got people, we got some really smart people in our chat, but we also have some people who are just kind of lost with, everything,
I'm kidding.
No, I'm not saying that they're dumb, but they get lost.
I'm kidding. I'm messing with you. I'm just messing with you.
It's easy to get overwhelmed by what you're hearing and seeing and reading, and anytime I pull up any of the stuff that he puts out, it seems to be very, very crisp, and it's done with an intent for anybody to understand. Yeah, and I just think that that's pretty freaking awesome.
Well, let me play it here for us, and
notice the title. Look at the title he put on there.
The exchange between the Don and Bon.
No,
was sus.
angina.
Bongina. Oh my God.
Oh, and you're gonna want to make it full screen
Okay.
because you want to see the look on Bongino's face when Trump responds to him.
Well,
You know.
I have not seen this,
Okay.
but I am of the ilk that Dan is part of the controlled op.
Oh, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah. Okay.
I agree. You know, because he was who was he with? He was with Obama. Okay, so
Mhm.
you know, if you're in there with Obama, and it doesn't matter whether you're a security guard, a bodyguard, or
Yeah.
Secret Service or whatever. Okay, you see that kind of stuff going on. The American people have the right to know.
Well, you
You know,
certainly.
and I say the same thing about Craig Sawyer. You know, he was a bodyguard for Clinton, and you can't be a bodyguard, see all this stuff go down, and then come out and act like you're a hero today. Okay, when you know the crimes that were committed and that were committed against children, that were
Yeah.
committed against fellow Americans, okay, and things that they've done around the world. Okay, there is absolutely no excuse for it. You know, I don't care what title you had, what badge you held, or anything else. Okay, you facilitated a crime by covering it up. Every single one of them.
What you just said is how I feel about all of the people that are coming out now against CV-19 and against the jab
Mm-hmm.
and have been for years. Because as far as I know, nobody was talking about it like I was talking about it before it ever came about. And that's an important thing. That's one of the things that has frustrated me the most, Hawk, about my journey is that we're not paying attention to how long people have been in this fight and who they're associated with. And just not, I don't know. When I tell people that I was talking about the pandemic before it happened, their eyes glaze over. And it's almost like they can't even
The veil drops. The veil drops.
consider it.
There's a curtain between you. And
Yeah.
as soon as you
Yeah.
say that,
Yes.
their brain activates that curtain dropping, and it's I can't see you, I can't hear you. It's la 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 la. You know what I mean? And that's basically what it is. They don't want to hear the truth, Dave. They don't want to hear the truth. You know.
There's no, you're right. And what you just described is a much better way to describe it than their eyes glaze over. The veil drops. It's a veil of protection for their ego.
Yep.
And I had somebody in my organization where I was like, listen, I want to share more with people that I called the pandemic. Like I said, they're coming after the adults next. They're going to set up the similar thing. And this is how they're going to do it, just like they did this. And somebody in my team was like, well, I don't like to go with predictions, or I don't like to do this. So I don't think we should. And I'm like, but wait a minute. This was like the greatest genocide in history. And I saw it coming, and I warned people, and I lost friends, and I lost accounts, and I lost money, and I lost momentum. What is the problem here? Like, why aren't we talking about this and finding out who else was predicting this? Because you know who wasn't predicting this? Robert Malone, McCullough.
But they're the ones who get to go in front of Congress and have a conversation about it.
Yeah. Zelensky. I mean, they're even though they were very important, they're very important players, although the last two are, Johnny come latelys for the most part. Who was predicting it? Who was calling it before based on what they'd already seen? The only people that were doing that were the people that were in on it, like Gates and 201, Event 201, and Johns Hopkins, people that were in those meetings. So at any rate, I just that's part of my frustration, because what we're talking about here is that we are actually listening to people like this, the Saul Man, Bongina, all these people that we know they have more information than they are letting on.
Mm-hmm.
But we're supposed to, I don't know, trust them when they're withholding information that we know they have. So, all right, let's watch this.
It is. It's extremely frustrating. Extremely frustrating. Breaking out the good stuff.
And by the way, they're making millions, all of them.
Yeah. Yeah. So you'll see him come in here. Gonna very polite with everybody, shaking everybody's hands. Yeah.
There's Ben. He seems to like him.
Yeah.
Candace. I don't know her. Wait a minute. He reaches out to Bongino.
Okay. Yep. Watch. He's going to lean in. He's going to say something to Trump. And when he goes back, he's going to the corner. Watch his reaction now when he turns around. I just got put in the corner.
He did.
I'm telling you, there's something up there.
And by the way, Bongino's a strong dude, but Trump's a big dude. He's a big, strong dude.
Yep. Yeah.
And
he's like 6'4", right?
Yeah, I think so.
And I'll tell you, there were comments, in regards to Trump, Trump's military schooling. Okay, that it's not like big public knowledge and everything, but guys that went to school with him said that he was, in fact, the only guy who remained tight-lipped about everything that he saw, did, or knew about. That if you could trust any person to guarantee your secret, Trump was the guy that you could talk to and never worry about it getting out to anybody. And this was said by his classmates.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I've never heard that. Where did you read that?
It was there was an interview that was done by not the Geraldo. He kind of looks like a little bit like Geraldo. I'm kind of thinking that maybe he worked for Inside Edition or something like that. One of those type of news programs,
Okay.
so it's, kind of off the beaten path kind of thing. But one of Trump's fellow classmates from the class that he graduated, basically stated there on TV that 30 years after, 40 years after school, his secret was never told. But the guy himself told his secret then,
Mhm.
that it was basically he had been abused as a kid, and that and that Trump kept it secret, never said a word about it, never told another classmate, never told the officers in charge or anything like that. Stossel,
Yeah.
that's his name. Yes, John Stossel.
John Stossel. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
So can you kind of see
Yeah, yeah,
uh, the
yeah.
the
I
porn mustache that
yeah,
Geraldo
yeah.
had, back in the day?
Geraldo and John Stossel. I can see how you mix those two up. Both mustache,
Yeah.
right? Both dark hair, kind of pepper gray. So I I'm really good at keeping secrets too. As a matter of fact, I've held one for, oh God, I want to say 40 years that I want to tell you about. Um,
I've had one
all
for 40
right,
years, but I want to tell you.
just making sure you're not focusing too much on that sandwich over there, and you're paying attention over here.
Butter in the French bread so I can throw it in the oven and have it semi-toasted. I'm going to sprinkle some garlic on here in a second.
Okay,
And,
so can I tell you about my dinner?
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, yeah. Actually, yes, please do.
Yeah. So, folks, there's a hold on one second.
Did you actually get pictures of it?
I did. I got a video of it. I'm going to share. I didn't get video of the actual well, I did, but I cut it. I destroyed it. I mean, I just cut the hell out of that thing, man. But let me show you the video here. And now, so if I go outside the tab and I want to share a video, you also see my kitchen here as well. But if I want to show you a video and with audio, and I'm going to the window, did you say that I had to mute myself before I go to that, or is it not giving me that at all?
Well, what it is if you open another tab and your mic is hot and you're playing audio from it, then basically we're hearing it twice. So it makes it sound like an echo effect, almost, kind of like when we don't have
Okay.
our mic cancellation thing on,
All right. So I'll play it and let me know how the sound is. Hello, my friends. I just got this package.
We can hear you good.
And I wanted to open it with you and share what's inside, because in this time in our lives, and you'll see the package here, nice little note. I've actually already read this, and I actually have it in my studio, but a wonderful message from the Donovan Lamb family, who have a farm, and this is what they sent me. And I've been doing a lot of posts about the concern over beef and beef products. And they sent me beef chuck roast and beef sirloin tip roast, ground beef, which I get organic grass-fed beef every time, grass-fed and grass-finished, Lightning Springs Ranch. This is really fantastic. And some beef sirloin steaks. Look at these steaks, my friends. This is all family-owned farm, no antibiotics, grass raised, grass finished. Look at these fabulous T-bone steaks, my friends. And that's rest of this is ground beef. Fantastic. And beef cube steaks as well. This package, I believe, folks, is about $450 online, which is a real steal. If I'm incorrect, I'll make that adjustment. But what a bargain for such a high quality product and family owned. This is the new economy, my friends, where you can actually buy direct from the source and get incredible quality. I'm so grateful. Thank you to lightningspringsranch.com for this. And I'm going to thaw one out and maybe have one tonight for dinner if it's not too late for me to get started. All right. Bye-bye. So that was the
unpacking of
the unpacking, and this is what it looked like laid out. Okay. And then let me go here to and this. Hold on. Mm-hmm.
Good.
This was it.
No, he got the regular home health bundle, which is about half of that. He didn't get the XL. He got the next size down.
Okay, I was going to say it seemed like too much. So how much is that?
The home health one, regular home health one, is two something.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So so that seemed like not enough. So that's a great deal. And I wasn't doing the math in my head when I was taking it all out of there. $233 for all that. Yeah. This was me, and this was the knife set that my brother had that my sister-in-law sent me as a housewarming gift. These beautiful steak knives. But at any rate, just wanted to share that, and thank you all, Donovan, for the lovely note and the lovely meal. I really enjoyed it. It was delicious. It was really, I mean, and I'm not used to eating that quality of meat. I am with ground beef, but not necessarily with steak. So that was a nice treat. So thank you, Hawk, for having him send that, and thank you, Donovan. And let's buy from people we know, folks.
Yep, and he's setting up. They are setting up a discount code, and everything. And guys, okay. We're not promoting them to get free products from them or anything like that. We're promoting them because they're good.
Yeah,
and they're to the word, and it's the best beef that I've had in years. So.
They're sending us stuff because of what we're doing. It's not a, hey, if we do this, we'll get this.
Right.
It's out of gratitude for sharing our experience with them. So
yep.
To me, I think that is the new economy. Yep. What is the address where we can send you stuff, Dave? Diane, please. Right now, I don't have one that you can send me, but I appreciate that. But just if you want to
email address or home address. So.
Oh yeah. Well, email address is DaveSned@gmail. But the
that's how you would get. Yeah, and if you email him, he can send you an address in which you can send something to him.
Yeah, but I need to get a PO box if I'm going to do that. But if you guys want to support me, you can do it this way. It's much appreciated and much needed. My birthday on Monday, and I have an important thing that I need to take care of that I can't presently, and I need to shift out of this this place of lack. And so I invite you to help me do that, my friends. And this is Hawk's information as well. And we, again, we do this, we put it out there, and we put the, Lightning Springs Ranch out there, and they, give us a gift in return. And that's a great exchange of energy, and it's a great flow of energy. And so we welcome you to do that with us. And if you can, and if you cannot, do not. But if you're looking for great content, you're going to find it here. You're going to find two very awake human beings with big hearts and compassion for humanity, who do this out of the kindness of our hearts and have for many, many years. So, Hawk, what do you have any thoughts or questions or directions you wanted to go tonight?
Well, I definitely think we should be hitting our X feeds.
Yeah.
Because a lot of stuff, even though it's the weekend, a lot of stuff is getting laid out. We just got to be careful of some of the videos that we play on there, because, man, I'll tell you, today YouTube was very combative about Facebook too. About videos, especially, it seems somebody's getting upset that we're showing so much about the satanic orders and the rituals and things like that. I mean, they're really reacting. And today, Facebook really showed their true colors in regards to this. And I just so we just we've got to be a little bit careful, but yeah, with the amount of information that's coming out there on the X side, we should probably spend a little time going through some of that. Sir Oliver Pollock put one up in regards to MS-13 that was pretty interesting, that you might want to you know how to get into his feed. Could be a topic of great conversation. Yes, you see.
Well, I wanted to touch on the Haiti situation.
Oh, right, yeah, that's another one. It's I showed a video earlier today about the military presence in the cities, and the police actually battling. That's the same video right there.
What are you hearing about what's going on there?
Well, I know the prisoners have created. They had a prison break not too long ago. Over 4,000 murderers, rapists, everything broke out of that prison. I mean, the whole flipping wall was taken out. So they are the prisoners are really we're getting this message from some of our politicians. We need to watch, and because these people are going to end up showing up here. They're probably trying to make their way to the airport to try and come here. I wouldn't doubt that. I mean, with Biden's policy, where would you want to go? Yeah, let me go to America. Yeah, I'll go do it there.
Well, as far as I know, the Biden policy is, come on, give me all your criminals, give me everybody you got. I don't think there's been an exclusion to Haiti. So,
no, absolutely not. Surge to the border.
So I think you might be spot on there. And the other thing about this is that Um, see, everything that is being brought to light is being exposed in the light. And so what's happening with Haiti is that we're hearing more and more about the Clinton Foundation.
Oh yeah, well, you know, because her brother's in charge of pretty much the finances of Haiti right now.
Certainly in charge of the gold mine.
You know, absolutely. I mean, you got to have somebody who's responsible in charge of the money. You know, it's of course. The Clintons absolutely would not be anywhere near my bank account. I'll tell you that right now. It's bad enough through the government that people have access to your bank accounts. But let me go throw this in the oven real quick. You got to keep these guys entertained.
Oh, I got something that'll keep them entertained here. This is here's one I want to show y'all. And this is have you seen this? Anybody care to tell me what kind of dog that is? And I'm going to write it down right here without any paper or pen, but I'm going to write it down. What kind of dog is that? And I want to see your answers, please. And I'm getting Rumble, I'm getting YouTube, I'm getting Facebook. A black one. A black one. Okay, hold on. The black one, a flat-coated retriever, a lab, and by the way, Doc and I got the same answer, a setter. Get it? He's a setter. All right. Okay. There we go. And Jana, setter mix. All right. That'll work. Yeah. So that was good. So my friends, I want to go a little deep with you here and see what you have to say about the following, and keep an open mind. And if you haven't already, please check your coats. And it's just a minute and a half, but I want to see what you think about it. And I'm going to share this with you now. Here we go.
Just imagine what the massive and beautiful forest of the earth would look like. A forest full of trees that went up as high as the eye could see. The remnants of this beautiful forest can be found all across our realm still. You just have to open your...
Unfortunately, that's got music that'll get us shut down on a couple of the platforms, which is a shame, like Hawk was saying earlier. But these are just some different shots of mountains, and how many of them look like tree trunks. And I've seen this for years. I've gone down this road before, and but I want to see what you have to say about it. And we don't need him talking anyway. You know, are these old tree trunks? And do you, or were they some sort of structure that came out of the earth? And if you're on a flat earth model, like many of you are, which if you're truly awake, you're flat earth all the way, by the way, just FYI. I'm not, um, I'm not playing around here. I've done 10 months on this. This is what I do. I find the answers. I find the truth and I share it with others. And I don't have an agenda. So I have no agenda over a flat or a globe earth, but I also was not able to debunk a globe earth because there's just not any information out there that disproves a flat earth and proves a globe earth. As a matter of fact, all the ancient texts spoke of a flat earth, including our Bible, including Genesis. So the question is, were these giant trees and did they reach up to the firmament? And what was that all about? Right? Sparky's Run says, yes, the giant trees are real. And by the way, here's why I have an issue with it is why, if they've been cut down, where are the trunks of these trees? Why just the stubs? So let's continue. I mean the stumps, not stubs. You know, we could go back and forth on this and argue on this and debate on this, but the question is, what is there's so much we don't know. There's so much we don't know. Dave's being sarcastic. Buffering. What am I being sarcastic about? Because I'll clarify. Petrified relics. Yeah, looks like trees to me. It does, but then where would the rest of it be, right? The Geneva Bible. Most all the Bibles speak of the firmament, not just the Geneva Bible. Devil's Tower looks like a tree trunk, Auntie Honey. Been there many times. It's quite a sight. Yeah. Yeah, slow country. Yeah. Hey, bud, the truth is we don't know what we don't know. That's absolutely true. Absolutely true. And by the way, slow, Hawk, if you want to, petrified. Yeah. Oliver, Slow, if you guys want to join us, I can send you a link. Just let me know in the chat if you want to, or text me or send me a message. Dana says, I just got the Geneva Bible yesterday. That's awesome.
Here, I will send him an invite, Sir Oliver Pollock. I think he's got it so that people can message him. So I'm sending him the StreamYard link right now.
Okay.
And who was the other one? Slow Country?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Diane just said giant trees might have been around during the dinosaur times. Well, Diane, I've never addressed this, but part of the big lie is there are no dinosaurs. There never were. There is absolutely zero skeletons of full dinosaurs. Not one. Not one. And we also know that the Smithsonian Museum has been hiding this information for a very, very, very long time.
Yeah.
And controlling what we actually hear about.
Yep. They'd rather you believe that there were dinosaurs than giants. And there's actually more proof of giants than there is of dinosaurs.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
You know, and the other thing is, you know,
oil doesn't come from them. Yes, you're right.
You know, through actual carcasses that have really been found, dragons were real.
Mm-hmm.
Dragons were real. Not only did they talk about them in the Bible, but they talked about them, you know, they've uncovered entire carcass of a, you know, of dragons. And, you know, all through the 1800s, these miners and everything were finding them everywhere. And organizations like the Smithsonian Command, they take those things and they hide them away. They don't want anybody to know, because then, you know, then you're not going to follow the suit of fossil fuels. Oil comes because of fossils. Bullshit. I call bullshit.
Yeah. That's to create scarcity.
Yep.
That's all that is to create scarcity. And it's amazing how we've been lied to. Yep. And when you think about the people, here are the areas that they needed covered. They needed to lie to us about space. So they took these 33rd degree Masons like Carl Sagan and Roddenberry and Hawking, and they made it really confusing. Like that interview I did with Nino the other day, where he brought up that article about the FBI and what they're anticipating AI and easier that could interfere with the election, AI and foreign influence.
I see the FBI getting involved more than I see foreign influence.
Well, exactly. Well, they're just projecting, right? And so we're seeing this. They're kind of trying to throw us a head fake here, right? But they're using things that confuse us. So when you hear Stephen Hawking talk, and you hear the modern day version of him and Neil deGrasse Tyson, when you hear them talk, they're intentionally speaking over our heads with a bunch of mumble that we don't understand, because we didn't understand. We didn't study a lot of that stuff. But the quarks and the things that scientists believe they actually know, and they don't know shit.
Yep.
Okay. Neil deGrasse Tyson, as bad as you know people that have been lying to us from the media. So that's one thing, is that they get these guys in each area, and then they got Freud in the mental health and the mental aspect, and they do people like Dr. Spock, and these are all losers, man. These are all people that really don't understand, but they're making the humanity believe that little boys want to have sex with their moms.
Yep.
That's Freud, right? And all this bullshit that we buy into, and Dr. Spock and how he raised, his kids supposedly, and they were a mess. Okay. And yet people were reading his book and doing what he was saying. The women's movement. Okay. Gloria Vanderbilt, what was it? Yeah. Right. And some of the people in the women's movement, that was controlled and created by the CIA. The rap industry was controlled by and created by the CIA. All these areas, these pockets of information, Gene Roddenberry, back to the space thing, created these things where you could go, the speed of light, and you could travel to distant, galaxies far, far away. And it's all bullshit. And all the Netflix shows that they're bringing up, it's all bullshit. And if you really research it, you realize that we are on a flat plane. The North Pole is in the center of a disk, and the boundaries of that disk is the Antarctic ice wall. Water is flat. Doesn't matter what you put, what vessel you put it in, water is flat. It goes to a flat surface. It is not curved. It is not rounded. This is nonsense. And so I couldn't debunk it. And that was just one of the many things that I could not debunk as I was going through my awakening. And by the way, the reason why they do that is that because if they can get us to believe that we're not moving and and that if they can get us to believe that we are moving at 1,000 miles an hour and hurtling through space and all this huge, massive thing, do you imagine the energy that it would take to move this ball, this huge rock, this living, breathing rock through space like this? It's bullshit.
And keep the stars with us.
Yeah, and the stars are the exact same place that they were when we were children.
Yeah.
And exactly, Mike says I learned legalese. The lawyers do the same thing. They speak up here above us. They learn language that puts humanity at a disadvantage. That's how that works. The same thing with science, the same thing with medicine.
And there is the intention to make you feel stupid when they come out with words that have 56 letters in them.
Exactly. Right. and if we don't feel movement, then we distrust our senses. We distrust ourselves. And that's what they want us to do. They want us to distrust ourselves so that we seek them for answers, so that we seek them for validation, so that we seek them for solutions. They knock us off balance from birth with all the jabs and everything else. Yeah.
And our bullshit meters are working a hell of a lot better than they used to. Now that we're awakening, our bullshit meters are ding, 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 bullshit, bullshit, bullshit.
Yep. So this is what's happening here. Is I want to take you to the last Q drop, folks, and that is 4966, November 27th, 2022. I want to say it was like 435 days ago or something. What is coded in your DNA? Who put it there? Why? Mankind is repressed. Anybody going to challenge that right there? That mankind is not repressed? We will be repressed no more. Information is knowledge. Knowledge is power. Information is power. How do you protect your DNA? There's a war for your DNA. Protect your DNA. Ascension. I'm going to take you from that. And I'm going to take you to a document that I am very fond of. And I'm going to be careful here. But this is from a man by the name of Rudolf Steiner, who has created the Waldorf school system, biodynamic farming. The Waldorf curriculum is all about teaching a child how to teach themselves. And he says, and this was in 1917. 1917. It will be the main concern of these spirits of darkness to bring confusion into the rightful elements which are now spreading on earth and need to spread in such a way that the spirits of light can continue to be active in them. They will seek to push these in the wrong direction. I have already spoken of one such wrong direction, which is about as paradoxical as is possible. I have pointed out that while human bodies will develop in such a way that certain spiritualities can find room in them, the materialistic bent, which will spread more and more under the guidance of the spirits of darkness. Remember, the materialistic bent, which will spread more and more under the guidance of the spirits of darkness. That's what we're experiencing now. The materialism, the rap songs, all about, money and tits and ass and coaches, cars, houses, just bling, will work against this and combat it by physical means. I have told you that the spirits of darkness are going to inspire their human hosts in whom they will be dwelling to find a vaccine. This is 1917, my friends. That will drive all inclination towards spirituality out of people's souls when they are still very young. And this will happen in a roundabout way through the living body. Today, bodies are vaccined against one thing and another. In future, children will be vaccined with a substance which it will certainly be possible to produce, and this will make them immune, so that they do not develop foolish inclinations connected with spiritual life. Foolish here, of course, in the eyes of the materialists. The whole trend goes in a direction where a way will finally be found to jab bodies so that these bodies will not allow the inclination towards spiritual ideas to develop. In all their lives, people will believe only in the physical world they perceive with the senses. People are now jabbed against consumption, and in the same way, they will be jabbed against any inclination towards spirituality. This is merely to give you a particularly striking example of how many things will come in the near and more distant futures in this field. The aim being to bring confusion into the impulses which want to stream down to earth after the victory of the spirits of light. The first step must be to throw people's views into confusion, turning their concepts and ideas inside out. This is a serious thing and must be watched with care, for it is part of some highly important elements which will be the background to events now in in preparation. Rudolf Steiner, Dornach, 27 October 1917. This was a lecture that he gave in Dornach. It is pathological for people to even think in terms of spirit and soul. Sound people will speak of nothing but the body. It will be considered a sign of illness for anyone to arrive at the idea of any such thing as a spirit or a soul. People who think like that will be considered to be sick, and you can be quite sure of it, a medicine will be found for this. The soul will be made non-existent with the aid of a drug. Taking a sound point of view, People will invent a jab to influence the organism as early as possible, preferably as soon as it is born, so that this human body never even gets the idea that there is a soul and a spirit. The two philosophies of life will be in complete opposition. One movement will need to reflect how concepts and ideas may be developed to meet the reality of soul and spirit. The others, the heirs of modern materialism, will look for the jab to make the body healthy. That is, make its constitution such that this body no longer talks of such rubbish as soul and spirit, but takes a sound view of the forces which live in the engines and in chemistry, and let planets and suns arise from nebula in the cosmos. Materialistic physicians will be asked to drive the souls out of humanity. 1917. Do you think that he would have been a wise voice through the pandemic?
Nope. And what's crazy is the person who was in charge of the V's back then just happens to be related to somebody who is in charge of the V's this time. Oh, there we go.
You're talking about you talking. Tell me more.
His mother, or his was it his mother or his grandmother was directly involved with the distribution of the jibber jabberwocky all the way back then. And what's funny is there was a Gates involved as well.
Wow.
And we got company. And just so you know, Sir Oliver is trying to figure out the StreamYard thing, but he is trying to get
it. Hey, Slow, how you doing, buddy?
I'm alive, man. That's about it.
Yeah. Oh, that's all we need here. You've passed the interview process.
He sent me a T-shirt, Dave. Gotta tell you, he sent me a T-shirt. I got it today with a box of bacon.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, we can't really see it. Hold it into the light a little bit more.
Back up.
Oh, that's kind of badass. Well, there's no light on it, so it's hard to see.
Oh, hang on.
So it's got to be far enough away that there's a light on it. Yeah. Very cool. The Punisher. Now
there's too much light, but it's half of it's Marine Corps. The other half is the red, white, and blue.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
So,
yeah, I actually made that on the T-shirt machine that
you were telling me about.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's very cool. I'm in XL, by the way. Hey, Dina said, I challenge everybody besides Sandy Snyder to give $1 to Dave and Hawk, and I will match it because it's Dave's birthday. If you participate, give me a thumbs up. Thank you, Dina, for that. That's very kind of you. About 98% of the people on the internet, on anything, much less the kind of information that we're sharing with you, 98% of the population, I think it might be 97 actually, do not donate or pay. It's like really crazy. It's like the cheapest place in the world to live. Literally, you don't have to pay for rent. Well, you got to pay for your internet, service, but it's you don't have to pay for anything. You can get everything free. But it is difficult when we're trying to replace the media that exists already with media that is real news, like real information.
Yep.
So at any rate, I was kind of in the middle of that. Slow. Go ahead and chime in, brother. What are your how you feeling? What's your thoughts?
Oh man, I have so many thoughts right now.
Okay, keep them clean now.
Well, the first thing is I talked to Hawk about this earlier. I don't think anything we see now is necessarily new. I don't. I think everything has been on a rinse and repeat cycle since like 2021. And I'm saying that because everything we're seeing is a repeat of things that we've seen a year ago, 2 years ago, just with a different spin.
Yep. Yep.
So
you're not
you
saying
know
this
what
looks like a Hollywood production, are you? You wouldn't say that, would you?
Oh no, not at all. I would never say something like that.
Right. Hey, special shout out Starsky Mooney, Stacy Holcomb, Melinda Gillis. Thank you very much for your donations, folks. It's very much appreciated. Yeah, and so Slow this whole thing about. Did you see my video earlier? And have you ever seen that before?
I didn't see it. No.
Okay. All right. All right. Please watch that. But basically, it was I was getting into the cycles of how they do these things. They do these things. They test the waters, and then they really do these things. And that's how they got us to CV19. We had these test runs prior to that, and it's like I was talking about last night, where they push us and they feel the resistance, and then they pull back, and then we pull back, and then they push again, but they push a little further, and then we resist, and then they pull back, and it's this very patient plan by the people that have controlled humanity forever, and it goes well beyond way back to the early days, but certainly to the Fabian Society for the to prepare the 20th century for genocide was the slow indoctrination of socialism into the masses. And that was through the Fabian Society at Eton College, and they chose Aldous Huxley and Eric Blair to look at the blueprint and tell us into the future what it was going to look like. And so, I think it was Satyana and also Lincoln both said that if we don't learn from history's mistakes, we'll be condemned to repeat them. And we haven't gotten that message. And so even though they're doing things, they can do them to us again and again and again and again. Like you're saying, it's like rinse and repeat. And each time they go further and further and further.
Well, and I was talking to Hawk about this earlier also. Does anybody know that the VA created a warfighter injury and illness service center?
I don't quite know what that means.
Okay,
Dave, I'm going to try and bring him in the same way that I used to bring you in.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, and I need to take a quick break. So Slow, if you wouldn't mind holding that, and or you guys talk, and I'll be right back.
Go ahead, Dave, or Slow.
So, until Dave gets back, I came across something a little bit ago. Came out yesterday. Epstein-linked MIT lab has already funded 3 central bank digital currency trials. Interesting.
Very. I think there's going to be a lot that dude, there's the thing is even though it seems like a lot of stuff is on rinse and repeat. We have to remember that there are a lot of new people who are waking up that are really just beginning to discover this stuff. Hey, enough already. Okay.
Yeah, I come across that on True Social. Somebody was wanting,
and it can be all about you. Okay. All right, Gunner. All right. Tomorrow. Right now, we're doing grown-up stuff. So chill out. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
somebody was wanting to find out, because I had made a comment on True Social about, I said, if you don't think anything's getting done, look at all the people that stepped down or decided not to seek re-election up until this point. There's a lot. And I said, one or two, coincidence, during each election cycle, I think the most I've ever seen is 10. Yep. But now we're up to what is it? 40, 50?
Yep.
Something like that.
Yep. Yeah.
A couple posts.
I'm looking at all this stuff and wondering, the madness of it all, how long it's going to, how long the awakening is going to take, because we know it's not going to be instantaneous. We know that. Come on, we'd be ignorant to believe that it would be instantaneous. But thinking about that aspect of a certain amount of hours every day, information is played, for you to be able to acquire the knowledge and be able to process the information that is just being released. I totally get that. I can see where it's beneficial and everything, but at the same time, sometimes I just wish there was something big enough to just slap them all awake in a heartbeat. And instead of this dragging on and dragging on and dragging on and dragging on, it's just ridiculous. It really has, and it really needs to come to an end.
Well, you mentioned, dragging on and dragging on. It puts me in mind of that old Johnny Cash song, Folsom Prison Blues.
Mm-hmm.
Because time keeps just kind of dragging on for us that have already known about a lot of this stuff. And like I was telling you on the phone earlier, I've known how corrupt the government was since 2003 and how they've covered up fratricide for years.
Yep.
And it's really nothing new to me, So, and I gave you an example of the fratricide that happened to me, in my unit in 2003. And, and then when they say, oh, well, nobody stopped to take notes, so we can't really count that. So as far as we're concerned, it never happened.
Yeah. Yep. It's, yeah. Oh. So we're trying to get Sir Oliver Pollock in as well. I'm trying to keep an eye on his messages. So if you want to share that, what you just sent to me or what you put in private.
The article?
Yeah, you can go ahead and pull that up if you want to read it to everybody.
All right. So this just came out. Bear with me, folks. I'm kind of getting over a lot of crap right now. So this is in from Blacklisted News, which the original source was LifeSite News. Epstein-linked MIT lab has already funded 3 central bank digital currency trials. So an author and political activist shared the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, Media Lab, which has direct links to child trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, has funded 3 central bank digital currency pilot programs, 2 of which are ongoing and none of which had been covered by mainstream media. In contrast with other forms of digital currency, CBDCs require that individuals open bank accounts directly with central banks, such as the Federal Reserve, giving governments control over citizens' access to money and opening the door to unprecedented tyranny. So it's, oh man, there's a lot here. I could drop it in chat for everybody. There's a lot to unpack here. So it would probably be a little bit better for everybody to kind of read it and get an understanding for yourselves. That and I might start coughing really, really hard. But U.S. banks have participated in 3 CBDC pilot programs recently launched with funding from MIT Media Lab, which has received funding in turn from notorious financier and sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Disgraced Joy Ito, the former director of Media Lab, who visited Epstein's private island, according to Slate, also personally benefited from generous Epstein funding. So there's another name, Ito. Joy Ito.
Wasn't there a judge?
Yeah, Judge Lance Ito. He's the one that did the OJ trial.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah. Hey.
The 3 CBDC initiatives are Project Hamilton, Project Cedar, and Regulated Liability Network. They respectively explore the technical feasibility of functioning central bank digital currency, cross-country, and bank-to-bank central bank digital currency transactions, and the assignment of digital tokens for all value assets so that all transactions can be centrally tracked and settled by the government and other parties. Project Hamilton, which was completed in December 2022, was a joint research effort between the Federal Reserve of Boston and the MIT into the technical feasibility of potential CBDC. Earlier in 2022, Project Hamilton published research on a transaction processor for theoretical high performance and resilient CBDC, which was developed as open source research software called OpenCBDC. So Day has pointed out in an interview on the David Knight show that Project Hamilton essentially developed a form of electronic cash issued by the Fed that would replace the dollar. So there's a lot coming out right now as far as, everybody's saying, hey, both sides want to crash the dollar. Well, here's their side of it, the black hat side. So that way they can, issue this Fed CBDC, and they're trying to give everybody options, saying, hey, well, we have 3 different kinds here. Now it's just a matter of which one do you want. But no matter what, they'll always have access to it.
Yeah, and that's I think that's unacceptable. My personal wealth is my personal wealth. Your personal wealth is your personal wealth, and that nobody should be able to infringe upon that whatsoever. Anything under that guise is completely theft. Period. No answers. What's about it?
Yes.
So.
While Boston Fed Executive Vice President Jim Kuna said the project was agnostic from the start, about any future policy decisions regarding new technology and U.S. currency, Biden declared development efforts into potential deployment operation or options of U.S. CBDC to be a matter of highest urgency through Executive Order 14067 signed in March of 2022. So, and it goes through all of them, but this is kind of just the gist of everything as far as, what they were trying to get a hold of. I'll drop this in the chat again so that way everybody can go to it. But there's that. So, Hawk, I will warn you about the bacon.
Okay.
The dogs, whenever we cook it, the dogs put their snouts to the air, and it's almost like they can float to the bacon.
Thanks. That's really all that I needed to know. With all the noses that I have here, that's all I need is a bunch of flying German shepherds. Okay. that's all I need. Thanks a lot. I appreciate that.
I wanted to warn you about that. But at least there's enough in case you want to split,
Yeah. There you go. Okay, now go on. Go away. You ain't getting no more. You guys. Before this is done, though, they're going to end up with this lasagna pan on the ground and going through it. Go on.
So, if you talk to Daryl, let him know I haven't had a chance to post that video back to my YouTube for the bacon.
Oh, okay.
And as soon as I get a chance,
Daryl. You mean Donovan?
Yeah, Donovan. My bad. I have a buddy named Daryl Lamb, so
the name kind of sticks in your brain.
It really does. So what else do we have here? Blacklisted news is kind of one of my go-tos here. Here's an article about the octopus murders.
Jerry Lee, you're 100% correct. Oh, where'd it go? There it is. If money is a fraud, law has to be to protect the fraud. Just saying. Yeah. 100% accurate.
Oh yeah, that's why they have counterfeiting laws and all that stuff. But
you can't make fake money of their money. Oh my Lord! Oh Lord!
Their money's fake to begin with.
Yeah.
So
they're
you
just
can't
mad
fake
because you
fake
made better
money.
looking fake money than they make.
Hey guys,
Welcome back.
Hey, we lost 400 people. What happened? What do you guys been doing?
What do you mean we lost 400 people?
I'm just messing with you.
Okay.
I leave in the.
I mean, because I kept my clothes on and everything. So, this is.
Dude, I went over to your OnlyFans page and I was very disappointed that you were
the only fan.
completely clothed. Hey, what happened with Sir Censorlot?
Well, he sent me a message stating that he thinks he got it, but I haven't heard back from him since. Maybe
he might have. What's that?
Maybe he got a cold or something on the way. I don't know.
Well, maybe
I've been watching for a link or a code to come to me in the email to give to him, and I'm not seeing it yet. So
he might have the same problem not being able to get in with a YouTube and a Facebook account.
yeah,
that's another way.
That's why I did it through my email instead.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's good.
Hey, Hawk. Connie Pennington is wanting to know how many dogs you have.
A lot. Let's see. I have 14 adults and 3 pups that are between 90 to 120 days old, and I have 8 that are 9 or 10 days old. All German Shepherds, all purebred.
That's amazing.
All very annoying. Come on. Look at them. You see the heads behind me? They're like,
yeah.
They're like,
please. They're like, yeah. It's harder. It's harder to do it with that many. But my dog, when I got my dog, I moved to a house with 2 friends, and we each had a dog, and we taught them that they weren't allowed in the same room we were eating, or making dinner, because we just didn't want to put up with those eyes and with that expectation. And it worked. We didn't have to look at their puppy dog eyes, pretending like they've never eaten before in their life, and that we're very much, to give them some food. So I'm trying to find your Dina. Here it is. Okay. Yeah, Dina says anyone who donates $1 to Hawk and Dave, I will match it only if you are able. If you do, give me a thumbs up. The other thing, folks, that well, let me see. So, at any rate, so Flo, you had asked a question about something about the military, the Marines, when I had to bow out for a bit.
Yes. Okay. So, does anybody else know that the VA, within the last 10 years actually, have opened a war-related illness and injury center as a specialty clinic?
Okay.
Now, I asked that because I was referred to it. Okay.
And what is it?
It's supposed to be for people that were exposed to toxic chemicals, that have brain injuries, that have impairments of some kind that have been brought about from service-connected combat injury. There's a whole caveat to it. You have to get referred to it, right? But the questions when they call you, they're so stringent, no matter, in my opinion anyway, because of what I went through. No matter what you say, it's never good enough for them. I mean, you have to be like tipping the scale of borderline dead to qualify for it.
Sounds like Social Security to me. Sorry.
By the way, we were on kind of a jab topic earlier, and have there been any studies about the excessive jabs that you guys get in the military and the long-term effects? Because 22 suicides a day of veterans, the homelessness, the lack of ability to re-engage with society, the disappointment, the anger, the hostility, the tears, the pain, the memories, and jabbed up the yin yang. I mean, with everything known to man is put into your bodies. That and your hair is cut. Your antenna are cut. Are
Yep.
To
Your antennas are broken. They
Yeah.
broke them. Like my favorite Martian.
and they break you too. So I wonder if they're, is anybody making the links to the tremendous amount? I mean, how many jabs would you guys have to get?
So up until 90, from between 1980 and 1990, I think it was 11, 10 or 11, and for deployment. And then if specific countries, if you're going to a specific country, you had to get specific inoculations. So if you're going to Africa, there was a couple that you had to get. If you're going to Honduras, Grenada area, there were a couple that you needed to get. If you're going to Lebanon, there was one you needed to get. So it seemed like, look at that, Dave. He arrived. We got him.
All right. There he is.
Area. Okay, so Sir Oliver, you want to make sure you mute whatever you were playing the podcast on. Yeah. So it's.
Give me a second. Can you hear me?
Look at that. Yep.
Hey, there he is.
He arrived.
What's going on, brother? All right.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us?
I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yeah. So he's not hearing us then.
Okay. Yes.
Go to
I can hear you.
settings.
Man,
You can hear me.
what an ordeal.
All right.
Get on here. I can hear
Yeah.
you.
What?
I can. It's probably delayed.
What's delayed?
The transmission between us, the audio
Okay.
seems
Okay.
like it's delayed.
So
Interesting.
So if you were watching us on YouTube or on X, you'll want to close that particular tab, because then that's
Okay.
where you'll get the delay, and then the echo cancellation will kick
Okay.
in, and you should be able to hear us good.
All right, let me do that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's canceled out. How about now? Do I sound any better?
You sound great.
You sound great. Can you hear us okay? No, he's still
Just
not
closed
hearing
out
us.
all of my tabs.
Yeah.
So there shouldn't be any other.
Can you hear me all right? Yeah, he's not hearing us.
How's that?
Can you hear Dave?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. There you go. All right. Yeah.
Can you hear me? You can hear me now, but I didn't hear you respond.
Yeah, I can.
Great. Okay.
How's that?
Welcome.
Okay, good.
Good
Thank
to
you. Thanks for
have
having
you.
me.
Yeah, good to have you join us. Sir Oliver is somebody that I've come to know very recently through X and all the how X is blown up as the battlefield, and in the battlefield you see warriors emerge that are kicking ass and taking names, and you acknowledge them and you follow them and you support them, and so that's what I've found with Sir Oliver at Sir Censorlot. And so welcome, my friend, to the
Thank you.
Awake Zombie.
Well, thank you for that nice introduction there. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. And we also have HawkMarsden, who is the one that was sending you the connection to get in, and you and I both have had difficulty making that happen because I couldn't get in through YouTube or Facebook because they won't let me on those platforms, and so I had he used to have to send me just a back channel like he did you. So Hawk was a Snedhead OG many years ago, very famous and knowledgeable man of the cannabis plant and the healing benefits. He's a Marine
Nice.
veteran. He used to give it away. He used to give it away to heal people. Grew it and gave it away.
Nice.
And so that's HawkMarsden there. He's having a little dinner. And then
Nice to meet you.
And just so you know, Sir Oliver, that the very large number of our chat know who you are because I cover a lot of your posts in content during our podcast, during our daily podcast.
Awesome. Thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. I love your breakdowns. You do it so simplistically. You make it easy for even an idiot like myself to completely understand.
Well, that's why, I mean, I don't consider you or anyone idiots, but that's why I do it the way I do it. If I did it where only people like David and I understood, it's kind of like, repetitiveness.
Purpose.
It's we've been doing it for so long, we pick it up right away, but there are those who need it to be explained to them. It's funny you say that because I was contemplating with actually going live and breaking down how I decode a lot of these drops, because there's so many people talking to us and making it clear for those to understand now, because we're at that phase, in my opinion, where disclosure is going to come fast. We're starting to see that now. Everything's coming rapidly. I don't think there's any more secrets out there besides the ones that are classified, which in my opinion will be soon dropped for all to see. So thank you for that.
And one of the things that so Hawk was a supporter of mine back in the day, and then started his own show. Used to do pray-a-thons every weekend, like Jerry Lewis kind of stuff. Jerry Lewis, but without the talent. Although actually I'm busting his balls, but this man is a brilliant musician, and very so he's dialed in. And then you got Slow Country, who I've come to know recently as well through Hawk, and U.S. Army vet, and he looks a little emaciated to me. I don't know if you can see him, but I keep telling him he needs to eat more. Slow Country, say hello, man.
Hey, what's going on, man? Good to meet you.
Likewise. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Yeah. So what, Oliver? What we did show a few of your stuff, and Hawk and I have done this thing, and it was really his idea. I mean, we used to do in the indoctrination shows. We used to, we used to have whole show notes, and you could follow along. You could click on the link and all the articles and stuff. Well, one of the big things that we always did was we always made sure everybody knew where that information was coming from, so people could go and support those people. And and so that's really that's been our thing, for a long time. And even some of the Snedheads that would send in articles, or because they're out there digging and they find something and they send it, and if we use it in the show, we'd put their name at the beginning of the show. And so I think that there are mature men in this revolution, and there are immature men in this revolution. And the mature men are the ones that are strong enough in their self-esteem that they don't need to capitalize on other people's work, and they don't need to steal other people's work to edify themselves and pretend to be somebody they're not, or say they've got inside info, or they're involved in the operation. It's like, these are little boys. These are little boys.
I agree with you 100%. And also over in X, the spaces have exploded, and they become quite cliquey. And you see a lot of the OG Anons coming back, and they join the spaces, and they're not really sharing any of the information they gathered when they first came up, upon the awakening, I should say. It's more, missions, organized missions, a lot of patriotism going on, PAY. People like us, they don't particularly care to hear from us. Well, I shouldn't say us, I shouldn't include you, but I'm speaking for myself, because I feel like this is why I don't even mess with Facebook at all. I'm so censored on Facebook, it's ridiculous. And even here, someone commented to me the other day on the fact that I have so many followers, yet not a lot of likes or reposts, what have you. I know they're still suppressing my account, and I know that there are many within the community who are behind that. Still, I'm going to share whatever I feel is relevant. If I come across something new, or if I come across something that you or someone else is sharing that I feel is pertinent, I'm going to share it. But it's just unfortunate that you're right. There's boys in this mission, and there's men, and I try to remain as real as possible with what I put out there.
Well, it shows, and it's original, and it's not easy. We used to do, our shows used to go 7-8 hours long, because we would dive into queue and just stay there for hours, and keep going and keep going and keep going, and news unlocks the map, and timestamps, and time separation, and the queue clock. And I mean, it was because it takes so long to really kind of master it and be able to share it in a way that people, like you were saying earlier about how you present it, so that people that are just seeing it for the first time can figure it out. And that's marvelous, because we really need to be serving all levels of the awakening.
That's right. Right. I noticed like I've been a member of several groups for quite some time now, and I noticed more and more groups popping up, and I mean locally, here within my state in New York and other states. There's a lot of people who are
in-person groups, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. They're making things happen locally to have a national impact, which is great. But in my opinion, it's going to be, I mean, it's great in the sense that many people are learning, especially the law, the true law, common law, constitutional law, even the maxims of law. A lot of people are learning those aspects of the law, which is great, but it's, in my opinion, it's too little too late. You know, I'm not suggesting that we stop. What I'm saying is, and you know the jobs as well as I do, the whole meaning behind the military is the only way is because the deep state is so entrenched within our community, even at local levels, that it's going to take something like the military to step in. And I believe they have been, little by little, in certain areas, not all at once, little by little. If you notice certain things that have been occurring, power outages, severe storms, things of that nature, in my opinion, this is when they move in and do what's necessary. You see what's going on in New York City right now. There's no need for National Guard in the subway. They have more than enough police, you know, to monitor the subways. There's something else behind that.
Yeah.
And you know, I think it has everything to do with what Q told us years ago.
Well, yeah. National Guard deployment. That's, you know, 12 cities. The military is the only way. Have you ever seen me do the military is the only way part?
I can't say that I have, no.
Okay.
And just for the record, Dave,
yeah.
When you and I first met, when I was first introduced to you, I had not heard of you. And that's not to say that you weren't popular, because you were very popular. You are very popular. But I was so embedded in my own researching. You know, I had a business. I was running a restaurant. You know, I had so much going on. I have kids.
Wow.
You know, so much going on. I was an iron worker. You know, getting up at 4:30 in the morning. So any spare time I had, I was just researching. I wasn't following anyone per se. You know, I was just researching. So.
And how far back do you go with that?
Well, my true awakening was in 1992 when I read "Behold a Pale Horse." I was fighting a case. I was laid up for 4 years fighting a case, and I won the case. I took it to trial. I was facing 15 to life. I wound up beating the case, but while I was in there on Rikers Island, I met a Muslim guy.
Dude, you were on Rikers Island?
Yeah, 4 years. True story. I met a Muslim. I met a Muslim who worked at the law library. All right. And part of his job was getting the mail that came in and out to the law library, separate from the building itself. And him and I hit it off. You know, he was well versed with the law. They called him a jailhouse lawyer, and he helped me fight my case.
Wow.
Within that time that I was there, I spent 8 months in solitary. That's why I read that book, among other books. That's what really woke me up. In that time of my life, it was about the system and fighting the system, because that's where my mindset was. When 9/11 came around, I was there for the whole cleanup, pretty much. You know, from day one. As an iron worker, we were there, and I was in that pile. And what I saw there just blew my mind, as far as the people who we trust and believe to protect us were the ones committing crimes at that scene. I saw it with my own eyes. And this is, you know, beyond all the other shit that we talk about all the time. What's not spoken of is the crimes that were committed by the NYPD, by the FDNY, you know, by any other authority that was there that day. You had people voluntarily contributing from all around the world goods. Okay. I mean, anything from boots to hats, you name it. They were just giving it away, and they were coming in the boatloads. So on the west side of Manhattan, they set up a pier. I forget what number pier it was. It was right on the west side on 12th Street. Anyway, they set up a huge warehouse there.
Chelsea? No, it's 30.
No, it wasn't Chelsea. It wasn't Chelsea. It was further up. The next pier up. All right.
North of Chelsea?
Chelsea was where they had all of the, yes, it was north of Chelsea. But Chelsea is where they had all the supplies set up for what I just mentioned, NYPD, FDNY, Guard, National Guard. Like they were all set up there. National Guard was actually set up there. That's where their station was. Okay. But the next pier up is where they were bringing everything for everyone else. And
is that where the aircraft carrier is?
No, the aircraft carrier is on 42nd. You're talking about the Intrepid.
Yeah.
That's on 42nd Street.
A lot of time on that ship.
Yeah, just before that.
Is that right?
I forget. Forgive me, because I forget.
That's all right. That's right.
But in any case, things were coming in. Across the street from the World Trade Center, they had the financial center that was attached by a footbridge that was knocked down when the towers came down. And that building is where they were bringing the supplies from the warehouse that I just mentioned on the piers. They were coming in the front door, going out the back.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. It was pretty sad, you know.
Who was running that? Would it be the police union? I
couldn't say who was running it. I'm not sure. I do recall there was a huge blowout between the NYPD and the FDNY, physical altercation over jurisdiction. FDNY were the ones when we would go in and remove the steel, and if we found a body part, especially if it was a fireman,
did you find some body parts?
I found them. I was the first person. Me and my partner, they sent us up in the basket attached to the crane because there was no other way to get to the landing of the staircase in Tower 1. So what was left standing after the buildings fell was the staircase from Tower 1 about 12 stories up, and then just a small skeleton of the building. And they were leaning. Everything was leaning one way or another. So we had to secure these huge walls of columns to prevent them from falling over. So we were welding
while they were searching, so they could search in safety.
Right.
Basically, right?
Right. So 24 hours around the clock, we were welding to secure these columns. We were welding them in a way that they wouldn't fall while simultaneously wrapping them with steel cables, you know, and pulling them in the opposite direction just to keep them up. When we found the staircase, they sent my partner and I up, and when I got off the basket, I saw what appeared to be a white shirt. And we know fire, chiefs of the departments, lieutenants, what have you, captains even. This guy turned out to be a captain. He was wearing a white shirt. After digging a little bit out of the way, because we weren't supposed to, when we found bodies, we were supposed to immediately call in the fire department, especially if it was one of theirs. But we decided to move some of the rubble out of the way, and we found that it was, in fact, a fire captain, and we just assumed that his crew was below him. And that's exactly what happened. When the fire department came, it was the fire rescue squad, not the normal, firemen. It was the fire rescue squad. Some of the best guys I've ever worked with in my life. These guys were no fucking joke. They were like the Navy SEALs of the fire department. They came in and because they shut the job down at that point. No one else could do anything else until they retrieved those bodies. So we were able to see exactly how many bodies they retrieved. It was pretty wild. But the point I wanted to make was the firemen and the policemen who were there, and there were hundreds of them at one point, they were basically filling little buckets up with debris, trying to stay busy, trying to clear up or whatever. But we were in there taking out, massive columns and beams that were connected to these columns. The grapplers were coming in, they're like these huge backhoes with the big fucking buckets. They were coming in and grabbing what they could. But it got to a point where you couldn't really do much because it was just too dangerous, and so a lot of us were standing around letting the machines do the work. But in the surrounding areas, and I have a picture with Giuliani from this one time that 2 firemen came up to me and asked me to remove a plate that was on top of one of their men. And after I came out the hole from burning the plate that was on top of him, Giuliani taps me on the shoulder and says, "Good job, son." And wound up taking a picture with him that day. But it was just it was wild because they said, "We need you to do us a favor and get this plate off of one of our guys." I said, "Sure, no problem." When they pointed to where it was, I had to literally crawl to get to the plate that was on top of this guy. I'm burning him as I'm burning the plate just to get him out of there, And that was in between Tower 1 and the financial center, kind of like on a sidewalk street almost. That was pretty wild. That's something I will never in my life ever forget.
Wow. I mean, you've stunned me a bit, I must be honest, because I'm imagining your days at that site and what you're seeing, and I'm trying to walk in your moccasins through that rubble, and I was significantly leveled at the sheer level of terror that you must have experienced, going through that rubble. Since then, Oliver, what's been the thing that's bothered you the most from that day or those days that followed?
Well, I gotta admit, Dave, I think God prepared me for that time because I was not scared at all. Not 1 minute that I was there was I afraid. I was more angry than anything else. Again, because of what I've seen and what I heard. There was a lot more that I saw and heard, but after that happened, knowing what I knew at the time and seeing Bush come out and straight up lie to everyone, and then they passed the Patriot Act. I knew from that moment on, what they did to Gaddafi and what's his face?
Hussein.
Who?
Saddam.
Yep. What they did to I just, and I would tell everyone because I was doing my research at the time.
Yeah.
So I try to tell everyone, like, look, this is what's really going on. No one believed me because everyone thought, we need to get these Arabs. They took down the buildings. Now everyone who was Muslim at the time or even remotely, resembled a Muslim, that was our enemy, and they were successful, very successful in doing that. When Obama came around, I knew right away it was part of the plan. And I tried to look, it's funny because my wife tells me, you're always angry. You're always so angry. Yeah, I'm fucking angry. This shit's been going on for too long, and there's so many people who are still blinded to what's going on. It's right in your face and you still don't see it.
So the reason I asked that question is because my biggest frustration in life is living among those who are sound asleep. And the more you know, the more difficult it becomes to live with those who don't. And the deeper that you know,
that's one of the drops.
Which part? I'm sorry.
It's I can't recall which one it was, but that's a drop. What you just said is a drop. I remember it. Let me look for. Can I look? Can I search while I'm on here? Yeah, right. Hold on.
Yeah, you should be able to. It's yes, those those who something like those who know the most
It's
suffer the most or something like that. If you want to give me a number, I can pull it up for us if you find it.
I can't. I'm going off the top of my head from what I remember. It's not, I don't remember the particular number. I remember the phrase. And it was something like, it's frustrating knowing what we know and waiting for the sheep to wake up. Something in that.
Yeah.
Yep. I'll find it.
So much let me see. So much of the frustration is from how deep we've gone. For example, we've got 2 military veterans, and I won't speak for you, but I think the biggest problem with the military suicides is that also the awakening to not just what you experienced, but that the reason you experienced it, you were lied to about that.
Right.
And would you, Hawk, and Slow, is that a part of your, frustration? And
well,
yeah.
There's absolutely a frustration. There's no doubt about that. I'm looking for when I typed the word sheep into the keyboard, and I'm kind of going through them right now. There's quite a few.
It's funny because I just came across that the other day.
When non-dogmatic information becomes free and transparent, it becomes a threat to those who attempt to control the narrative or a stable. Livestock kept -sheep in kill brackets. When you are awake, you stand on the outside of the stable, group, think collective, and have free thought. Free thought is a philosophical viewpoint which holds that positions regarding truth should be formed on the basis of logic, reason, and empiricism, rather than authority, tradition, revelation, or dogma. This represents a clear and present danger to the constitutional republic of the United States. It's 100% accurate. I mean, I'm looking for the one that you guys.
Hey, Hawk, when was the last time that you heard that one?
Well, this is post number 4535. So it's been probably a couple of days since I heard that.
Good answer, because I was going to bust you, man. If you didn't say 2 days ago, I pulled that up, I was going to bust you.
Yeah. And that's the thing is, we have conversations surrounding this because we want people to understand, especially the new people who are just awakening, to understand that, listen, we're not demeaning you because of the fact that you haven't been awake yet. Okay. We're not trying to demean you because you don't have the research that we have. Okay. But at the same time, our best objective is to teach you to research for yourself. Because if we're just giving you proofs, then you have no idea of the background of how we got to those proofs. So then when all of a sudden, when you try to find out about a particular topic, you stumble, you run into roadblocks, and you're trying to figure out, okay, well, how do I get to that point? How do I get to that point? Well, it's you've got to, and City Powers just said it too, You've got to have a love of wanting to research. Okay. And the love comes from you wanting to better not only yourself, but those people that you're directly involved with on a daily basis. And when you have that love of research, you find that it gets easier and easier and easier to find what you're looking for. You begin to find all the nooks and crannies, you know.
This in the middle of the fact that we can't find something.
Yeah.
Good timing. Good timing on that, Hawk. Really landed an exclamation point on that one.
I haven't been able to figure out how to search on the board for more than one word at a time.
Yeah, they kind of max it out at 3 words.
Yeah, it's I didn't know how to look for multiple numbers at the same time, Dave, until you started because when you first started doing the cue board, okay, you would pull up one number at a time. Okay.
Right.
And you know, and but you'd have 6 numbers that you had to get to, you know. Then eventually one day you had it up on the screen where you pulled up all 6 posts, and I saw how you did it, and I says, okay, I'm gonna find that damn straight up and down key on this dang keyboard and figure out how to use it. And then
what the hell is that thing called, by the way?
I call it a post.
Imagine if that was the keystone.
Yeah, it's
it's the key line.
Yeah.
So, you know, but you know, we'll find that. But you know, Oliver, I oftentimes I certainly have been influenced by Q beyond measure. But one of the things that I always try to make sure that I do is that when I'm actually, if the words that I'm saying are cues, you're going to hear a footnote or you're going to see a footnote that says Q. Mm-hmm. What drives me bananas are the people that are out there using the Q taglines as if they just invented them. You know what I mean? I see that and I'm like, oh, what a rookie. You know, rookie trying to, you know, take a shortcut to veteran. But I think it had to do with, you know, those that, you know, my take on this, I'm going to go with mine because I can't really paraphrase Q's and we haven't found it. But mine is that you guys went to war. You guys were sold the worst bill of goods of all. You were convinced to kill other men and women if you had to, and you were told a reason why. Your hair was cut off. You were jabbed full of all the multiple ones we were just talking about. You were broken down. Just like some of the coaches that I played for that would break you down and then build you back up from a better foundation from whence we began. And so, but you guys were sold the ultimate, the ultimate brainwashing of killing people for your country. And I think, and I just feel that, like, Oliver, you were there at ground zero, cleaning up, finding bodies and seeing whole worlds pass before you that were ended in a split second. So the deeper you go into this experience, the harder it is to watch this experience crumble before us. and so it's I believe, and I've said this for quite a long time, that Q exists for those of us who are awake, because it's harder for those of us that are awake, because we've got to deal with those that are asleep, and we've got to deal with knowing the truth about the world around us and still watching people finance the whole operation. And it's just it's so tragic, and that's why I think that they're still coming out with Ingersoll Lockwood, stuff, and the connections there through Q. That we're still getting comms from Trump, we're getting comms from Scavino. We're being shown, the people that are awake and the people that know that Joe's fake. I'm a poet and don't know it, but the people that know these things, the white hats they're giving us a nod. They're giving us a wink, wink. Know what I mean? Hey, right? We're in on it together. We know it's a show. We know that they're just waking up the masses. They're telling us every day. The people that are paying attention are being told what's up. And I feel like you're one of the people that knows what's up, because no outside comms, because we are strict anons. We're not fucking listening to Wano Savin, jerk off on his boots for an hour. Okay. We're not listening to Charlie Ward tell us about how he got hired for the Quantum Financial. He's a part of it. And how he talked to Q this morning. And Simon Parks and Godlewski, as they wrote, he wrote some of the Q drops. I don't know if you know that, Oliver.
The last ones.
The last ones. Yeah. He wrote some, and they wrote some about him, and he's in charge of, some of the people, and
he's in charge of the top 5.
Yeah. It's really 6. He's the 6th. And
they're going after him hard right now.
Dude, freaking Script, Dr. Z, and Nick.
You can't blame them. I mean, there literally has been death involved in the scams that he's pulled. Yeah. To me, that's you've gone beyond just regular criminal activity. You have actually caused death. Okay, so you deserve no respect. You deserve no quarter whatsoever. You should be drawn and quartered, your balls cut off, and everything else. And right. Well, the fact that you're pedo on top of that doesn't really help your case at all.
So you guys know that I'm involved in 7K, and so they're good people at 7K. They've got some, some of the coins they're doing, they're not holding their value because everyone's selling the numismatic coins. But if somebody gets into a 401k transfer into gold and silver through me, through 7K, I make $0. Why? Because there's no money there. There's no money there unless it comes out of the principal of the investment. So any money that's made on a situation like that, it's coming right out of the person's life savings. So he called me because he wanted to thank me for saying something about 7K, about how they're different from Goldco. And they would offer, Goldco will offer somebody of influence 10 to 12%. Like if I went to Goldco right now, I could do probably 12% and if you put $100,000 into Goldco through your 401k, I would get 12 grand. And guess where that comes from? Okay. I believe, based on some information I found, that Godlewski actually was given 26%.
Wow.
That he negotiated.
That's ridiculous.
So if you put $100,000 into a gold IRA, hoping that it's going to be the best investment for the money that you've been putting away for 30 years, he gets 26,000 out of that principal. And people wonder why it dropped 40%, 30%.
Wow.
I mean, it's just atrocious. And so, and I told the CEO, by the way, I warned them about him because he got in after I did to this company, and I warned him about him. And I was pissed because I didn't want to be associated with something he was a part of. And so I warned him, and he said, well, we know about his past, and he said, but we don't have anything that could prevent somebody from coming in onto a 1099 who's, been convicted and served their time or whatever. We don't have anything that stops that from happening, even though it was, pedophilia. And I said, okay, put his past behind. I said, that's not my biggest concern. My biggest concern for you right now is the things that he's saying right now. And sure enough, they had to, shortly after that conversation, they had to silence him. And a lot of people went away from 7K because of him, and I was one of them. And so I've come back to them. I still mention it every once in a while, but it's not a primary thought of mine because I just... It's but at any rate, but this is where this is going so off kilter here. But people need to understand that you're responsible for who you follow. You're responsible for what you do and say and follow. And I would just welcome all of like Godlewski's listeners and Charlie Ward and all these people. I would just offer to you to read the Q drops about the different people that you will encounter. Q said, be careful who you follow. Q said, operators never divulge. That means if you're part of the Q operation, you would never divulge that you are part of the Q operation.
That's right.
So why does Godlewski a part of the Q operation? That's because people aren't paying attention to the Q drops, and they're not understanding that the same mechanisms that entrapped their mind in the mainstream have now captured their mind in the alternative media.
And Dave, can I add to that?
Please.
Okay. Like you said, Q will never divulge who Q is, right? The same goes for a spook. A CIA
all operators would never divulge. She's saying
exactly.
They're saying.
A CIA operator or an NSA operative will never tell you that they're with the CIA or NSA ever, because that is their physical security that they have to worry about.
And they would lose their job. I mean, that's part of your job. If you got a job you got to show up for at 8 o'clock every morning, and you show up at 8:15, you're going to lose your job if you keep doing that. If you have a job where you're not allowed to tell anybody what your job is, and you start telling people what your job is, these are the people that know, and you're gone because you can't be trusted, right?
Well, yeah.
There was a job that mentioned less than 10, and they also mentioned in parentheses, he said his or her, or him or her, insinuating that someone outside from the normal military intelligence or very high ups, i.e., president, DOE director,
You,
what have you, someone
can
aside.
I can read it for you here if you
Is
want.
this the one?
Yeah.
Does it say his or her or him or her?
This is 60, November 2nd. You can count the people who have the full picture on 2 hands. Of
There's
those,
another one.
less than 10 people.
It's not that one.
Okay.
But it's not that one. There's another one where he specifically mentions that this other person who was given or part of the operation, something along those lines. Forgive me, it's late and I'm tired, but I'm not remembering the drops. Usually they come to me, but I do recall in parentheses him saying him or her, alluding to the possibility of this other person within the 10 being a female. And I always thought that could be Huma or Michelle. Why Michelle? Why Homer? Well, Homer, we know, was part of, what started it all. And Michelle is Obama's wife. So she was privy to all the information as it was happening. Correct?
Yeah.
So I don't think it was Hillary, because I don't believe that she would cooperate ever.
Wait a minute.
I think
You're saying who are these people that you're suggesting or what?
I'm saying there was a drop that Q alluded to someone within the 10 being
that is a her.
Someone, right? Him or her. So they're literally telling us that it could be a female, and that they were chosen to be part of the operation. Yeah, I'm sorry. I gave up looking.
Michelle is a him and a her. So maybe it's him and her that you're talking about. And we solved it. We solved it, Oliver, right here live.
There it is. It's got to be her. Yeah. It's the one drop where it says it in parentheses. You can count on. What is it? What does it say?
Well, the one I had up was.
Wait. Was that it? Let me make this bigger. You're going real fast right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I can't see.
That's because the reason why I'm going fast is because I know when it's him and himself. You know what I mean?
No, this one is it's him and her.
No, what I mean is that a lot of the hymns that are lit up in red are himself, and so I'm just blowing by those. Yeah,
I get it. Well, maybe it's his her. Let me help you search.
Maybe it's they. Maybe it's they. Here we go.
They them.
Yeah, they them. Yeah.
So
people ask me what my pronouns are. I do, yeah. What do you use?
I use what Z created. You know Z, right? Here it is. I found it.
Okay.
Z.
Can you?
The OG,
I think you can pull it up. If you go to present, then you can click on present, and then you could pull up. You'll see an option of where you can pull up. Unless you want to just give me the number. And
I see that. Yeah, let me give you the number. It's easier that way.
Okay.
It's drop 60.
Okay, that's where I just was, man. You're like I found it.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, I was blind. There 10 minutes ago.
I'm blind. I'm blind. I put my glasses on.
Dude, I was like,
that one.
I'm like, I'm ruining my reputation here, not being able to find the thing, and I found it like in 2 minutes. All right, so, all right.
The other one I couldn't find. I gave up. I couldn't find. It'll come to me, I'm sure. But I
Yeah,
gave up
because
on
this is the only one that mentions the less than 10 people. This Q
so
only
read,
said this
so read,
once.
right? But read 6. He's
Okay,
alluding to
so
those 10,
you can count the
right?
people who have the full picture on 2 hands. Of those, less than 10 people, so we know it's 9 or less, only 3 are non-military. Why is this relevant? Game theory. Outside of a potential, this is one of the things I was just talking about with the people that claim to be a part of Q. Outside of a potential operator who has been dialed in with orders specific to his or her mission, nobody else has this information. Operators never divulge.
That's
Alice
right.
in Wonderland. Okay.
That's right. So it could be Hillary because he ends it with Alice in Wonderland, but that can also include Huma because Huma's the connection to the two.
Well, yeah, she's the one who can paint the picture of what Alice has been doing in the Wonderland.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And he specifically says her mission dialed in. Do you remember that post from Scavino where he put the AOL up?
Yes.
And he heard the
the dial up.
That
took
led
us to
me
Huma,
to this,
didn't it?
That led me to this drop. That led me to this drop. So look, I think she's part of it.
That's I have not heard this. This is a very interesting theory. Please continue. I'm gonna look something up here while you guys are, but please continue with your theory about Huma being a part of Q.
Right. Well, he says here, outside of a potential operator who has been dialed in with orders. Now, remember, this is November 2nd.
Yeah.
They arrested Al Weed on the 4th, I want to say, 2 days later. When they took down, was it
right around the 4th or the 5th? Yes.
Right. And so they already knew about
4th. Yeah.
And they had already known for several years about, the life insurance file. And there's no way in hell you're going to convince me that disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. The right people have that file. There was I'm sorry.
And Wiener, and the thing is Wiener, even though those files came from his computer, basically it has a basis of no credibility. It's right. I mean, his level of treason at that point, it was so high,
right?
Comparatively, because he literally had the same classified documents on his laptop that Hillary had on her server.
That's right.
So his level of treason would have been way too high for them to even want to work with him. However, the sexual nature of the files on his computer and that insurance file would absolutely give Huma reason to turn.
Exactly. I've been interrogated many times. I know their tactics and how they get you to turn on people. When I imagine her being interrogated, I imagine it on a level far worse than how I was interrogated. When they want you to speak, they'll get you to speak, especially a person like her. I mean, could you imagine her spending a day in jail? Could you imagine Wiener spending a day in, and I mean real jail, not some bullshit fucking elite camp that they put them in.
Right.
So
no way.
No. So they give them ultimatums, and they make him cooperate. I think he's been cooperating ever since, and her as well.
Well, there's a very go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it's yet to be seen, but there's been so much information given to us you know, inconspicuously for us to paint the picture, you know, as to what's truly going on.
Yeah. What I was going to say about that is that Q said to follow Huma. And there was something you said just at the end there, and it took me right to a Q drop. Do you remember the last thing you said about Huma and Wiener and something along the lines of oh, I remember what it is. Okay, I remember. Give me a second.
Yeah, I'll be back in a minute. I gotta use the men's room.
All right, perfect. Gives me time.
Tennessee Ridge Runner, you are something special sometimes. He says, Sir Oliver, when you mentioned Wiener in jail, I pictured Bubba coming and saying, today is not your day.
I wanted to actually, I thought of asking Oliver, like, what would they do to a guy like Wiener? Or a Wiener like guy. But then I thought, go ahead.
Yeah, it's well, you know, in the prison system, you know, those who abuse children are absolutely the worst of the worst. You know, it's like saying, that when Jesus said it'd be better that you tie a millstone about your neck and cast yourself into the depths of the ocean than to harm one of my children, you know, because the vengeance in which he will place upon you goes greater. Well, it's understand that even the devil wouldn't mess with a child, and these guys are worse than the devil. You know, and putting them into that particular category kind of puts you into a perspective of mind that, pedophiles do not last long in prison. Not at all. You know, they might last a year or two. Just basically, it's boils down to opportunity, motive, and opportunity. But the more the population learns of your crime, the more that the anger that rises. Because a lot of these prisoners, they have kids. You know, some of them are circumstantial criminals. You know, I robbed a bank because my family, you know, I have a child who's dying and or a wife that's sick and can't work and I can't find a job so I did what I had to do in order to provide for my family, you know, kind of thing. But then there's the other side that went out and did the crime because they like going out and doing crime. That's, you know, the easy money, you know. So, you know, where guys like Wiener are concerned, even Epstein, you know, because, you know, the thing about Epstein was it wasn't just young women, it was young girls, you know. His case in Florida was regarding pedophilia, not just having sex with hookers. Hang on one second.
Yes, and what Hawk was saying, that is 100. I used to work in a maximum security prison. Pedophiles didn't last long.
They would just kill them?
Oh, they were... Okay, on my orientation, we had to go through this 3-week-long class, right? We were told a story about a pedophile that got put in with this dude that was convicted of multiple murders. And he told the pod that, and the pod is, you know, where they control everything, okay, in your house. So he told them, he said, hey, you guys put this guy in here with me. If you don't have him removed tomorrow, I'm going to remove him for you. They didn't take him seriously. They walked in to do count and all that stuff, and they found the dude dead. The guy killed him.
Wow.
So, yeah, they don't last long. As a matter of fact, here in Indiana, they had to turn a section of one prison down in Plainfield, I believe, into a specific wing just for sex offenders.
Because if they put them in general, they'd be done.
Yes.
Wow.
Want all the attention. Knock it off.
Wow. Oliver, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. I heard and you're right. Slow. Nice to meet you, by the way. I never did time. I fortunately for me, I beat my cases, but no, we saw it in there. And they were not welcomed at all, especially where I was. But pretty much in the whole jail. Rikers Island is a series of jails. I want to say there's 10 or 11 different jails on the island. And yeah, they had to put them in protected custody. They didn't survive. But I was listening to what I think it was Hawk who said something along the lines of the crimes being committed were pedophilia, not just sex crimes. Was he referring to Wiener?
Go ahead.
I was actually referring to well, not just him, but I'm talking to, I was talking in regards to pedophiles, anybody messing with anybody under the age of 17.
Right. So with Wiener, we know that was the case. With Hillary, it was a deeper, darker side to that. And she's been around since Watergate. And I don't know if you guys know this, the person who was working alongside her in that investigation was Judge Breyer, who just out the blue last year said, I'm retiring. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't remember that they worked together.
Well, they did. Bill Clinton appointed him. They worked together on Watergate. But I say that because I believe judges, if you watched Eyes Wide Shut, I believe a lot of those people who dress up like that are judges. People in the highest levels of our legal system. For instance, Slow mentioned he worked in the federal correctional facility. I believe the wardens.
Oh, no, it wasn't federal. It was state, man. It was state.
State, I'm sorry. But I believe the wardens on that level, when you're at that level, you're invited. It's just like in the hip hop community. When you reach certain levels in the hip hop community, and I know I've been to industry parties, I've been to A&R parties, I've been to producer parties, production parties, and like Puffy, for instance, he rented in 1997, and I know because I was there. He rented the top 2 floors of the Plaza Hotel. And I was there. I spent maybe 30 minutes there. I had seen enough. There's a select few that are invited into certain rooms, in this case, in the hotel. And that's where certain things go down, where either you're initiated into the club or you were already part of the club. That's on the hip hop level. I would imagine on the level of justices, and people of the higher up, the elite, political elite infrastructure, I would imagine it being something like Eyes Wide Shut, where you go to a mansion somewhere and they have these types of parties. They're all masked up, so you don't know who's who, but that's just a more evil, darker side of the whole thing. And I believe Hillary was deeply involved in that, and I believe Huma may have been given the task of exposing them all. You know, most recently we saw her with who?
Alex
Soros.
Soros. Yeah.
That's right. Why is that? That was an odd connection there.
Well, I have a theory on that. We just talked about it last night. Was it Hawk or the other night? Can't remember. But
Clinton's connections.
Oh, I think I did it with Nino. Oliver. I think it was Nino. I did a show with him Sunday. He reached out and asked if I wanted to do something, and because I'm trying to break him free from the
grips
of tiny dancer, tiny boots dancer, and it just, and I, for years, dude, I told him years ago, 3 years at least, maybe 2 years, probably 2.5 years. Because I told him to get rid of Charlie too. I'm the one that sent him 30 reasons why I don't trust Charlie Ward. And that got me blackballed, by the way. That whole thing.
By a lot.
Yeah.
Not just a little, but by a lot.
Yeah.
You know, when you said that, it's, you know, but you were factual. You were 100% accurate in sending that, you know, and trying to make him aware, you know, no different than what you tell everybody every day. Be careful who you follow. Okay. And that's exactly what you were telling Nino, you know, and nobody can blame you for that. And the fact that you were set aside from all of the podcasters that were involved at that period of time, okay, was a disrespect and a disservice to Q and those Anons who have been working their asses off to dig up the truth, to lay it out there, because it's always an Anon who comes out with the information, and then it's all these big personalities grab that information and make it their own.
Yep. So
and that M Seeker of Truth video that he's talking to, Sir Oliver, I don't know if you've seen it or not, you know, but that 30 reasons that I don't trust Charlie Ward, you know, I have to agree with Dave when he made the comment was I only needed one. I only needed one reason not to trust him.
That was the fake king.
Yeah, Gregory Hallett. Yep.
Have you seen that, Oliver?
I have not.
Oh, so this is do you know M Seeker of Truth?
I do.
Okay. Have you seen his the grifting stuff, like challenging a lot of the grifters?
No.
Or what do you know about him, and what do you think of him?
I'm familiar with the name. I don't know him.
Okay. So he did a video, 30 Reasons I Don't Trust Charlie Ward. And he's done like he's had me on three times, I think, on his show, and as one of the few in this community that he hasn't destroyed in terms of, like, you know, he and his partners they've taken out Simon Parks, they've taken out Charlie, they've taken out Phil Kidd or whatever his name is. They've exposed Godlewski, what's his name? Will Bird used to do some stuff with them. And Will Bird is, you know, had a vendetta against Godlewski for good reason. Also, Patriot Street Fighter. So But at any rate, I am basically, he knows that I was one of the first people to call out Ward, if not the first big, uh, at least somewhat halfway big in the movement, because Charlie was like could do no harm, and everybody was sucking his dick left and right. Um, and so I told Nino, I'm like, listen, dude, I said, I know you've made it up through Charlie, but I can't do something with you unless you're done with him. And he said, no, I'm done. And so I sent him this 30 reasons. So M Seeker of Truth did this video, and I'm trying to find it. I'm sorry. He normally has it pinned on his YouTube channel. Oh, here it is. So 30 reasons why I don't trust Charlie Ward. So I was the one that was responsible for getting this in front of Kirsten W., Robert David Steele, what's his name, Nino, Patriot Street Fighter, and the whole bit. But the problem was that they were trying to raise money to do this cross-country tour. And they needed Charlie Ward's influence for that. So Robert David Steele emailed me, called me out, called Kirsten out, and basically saying, this, pay no attention to this guy. He's got like 5,000 subscribers. And I'm like, well, what does the subscribers have to do with it? Because these are 30 reasons that are quite valid. So basically they needed to raise all this money, and I was
he was saying don't pay attention to you.
He was saying, don't you pay attention, talking to me and Kirsten, don't you pay attention to M Seeker of Truth, because
I get it. Okay.
Yeah. And so I was like, you're trying to discredit him because he doesn't have many viewers, but he put together a very solid list of things of concerns over Charlie Ward. So at any rate, I highly recommend you watch that, because it's, there's this, yeah, exactly. So that's all. I don't know honestly how we got down that road, but basically, there's just I went to that 60 drop because of the oh, and by the way, this is these are the interviews he did with me here. If you go to his channel and type in Snedeker, I think they're great interviews because it was a connection between those guys that were calling out everybody that was, trying to get the word out, or, creating this channel, creating this momentum of people who are awakening, and the people, and me. And so I think it's a very unique connection with the other side, if you will, the side that are critical, but he realized that I was just as critical about these people as he was, if not more so. And that's why about Charlie. So, I think drop 60 took me to this. Is that I don't remember how I got off on that tangent. So my apologies, gentlemen, but what the hell?
Yeah, it was 60 that took you there.
It was the Q drop. Okay.
Yeah.
Because
and you spent about 60 minutes on it. So it's
so what you're saying is,
I said that with love, Dave. I said that with love. It was, there was no criticism.
So what you're saying is, you want me to go slower?
Well, no. The pace you're going is just fine. But where M's concerned, though, the thing that I liked about M was that when he did it, he wasn't doing it in a way to just like shock everybody that Charlie was a crook. he broke it down in a way that made you go back and look at videos that Charlie had made in the past and see for yourself, you know. And that right there was the thing that I really liked about M, was because of the breakdown that he was given, just like like I was saying to you, Sir Oliver, you know, was about the fact that when you're doing your breakdowns, you're doing them in a way that the average Joe sitting down at a freaking coffee shop looking at a newspaper, if it was in a newspaper in front of them, they would understand exactly what you were pointing towards and what you meant by it. Okay. And that's exactly what M does. He breaks it down in a way that the average Joe can hear it and say, okay, I'm going to look at this. You know, the guy didn't tell me I had to go look at it. He just suggested that I take a moment and look at it. You know, the idea of leading by suggestion instead of leading by command, okay, or leading by extended education command, that leading by suggestion tends to actually reach people 90% higher than the other ways, because you're encouraging them to research for themselves. Every little video that you've made, I think that there was one that I sent you a message. I said the volume on this was really, really low. I wanted to play this for my viewers, but the volume was low.
Oh, that was you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So listen, you know what happened? It was cold that day, and I had my fireplace going. I got a pellet stove, and I was sitting close to the stove while trying to record myself in a screen record mode, because they were giving me a hard time. They were giving me a really hard time posting. And so I said, you know what? Let me go to screen record, do it this way, and then post it. I try to do live. I hate when that happens. That ever happens to you? You try to post them and say, sorry, this didn't go through. Retry.
Almost every time I try to do Rumble.
Oh my God. It kept happening. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So yeah, I was sitting too close to the pellet stove. That's why it sounded that way.
Yeah. You know, but it's again, it's the approach that you take in doing it is so that the average Joe can understand, you know, these, you know, it's like looking at Derek Johnson. Okay, here's a prime example for you. Now the kid is, you know, the fact that he came out and put all the information that honestly Dave and Todd and everybody has been talking about for the last 7 years in regards to 11.3, 11.4, you know, and the military, the law of war. Okay. Now we already knew about that. Okay. But what Derek did was he took and he put the paperwork out there. Okay. He did the legwork, got all the paperwork together, and then has published it so that anybody can go and look at it now. Okay. But in this process, he has belittled so many people who don't have the knowledge that he has, right, thus turning off a large, a larger ability to gain a bigger following from people who may not be as freaking smart or don't have the time to research because they work 2 or 3 jobs, you know, or because they can't research because they got a room full of dogs or a room full of kids that and they can't pay attention. They have to pay attention to that, you know, right. And you know, you don't confuse people. Is the easiest way to put it. You do not confuse people with the information that you're putting out. Whereas these other guys are putting things out that they have you pretty, I hate to say it, but you're tripping over your own dick trying to figure out what the hell they're trying to say.
Hey, you know? Hawk, what are you trying to say? I'm confused.
Dave, I'm saying need shorter legs. Okay. No, but you get where you get what I mean.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. I used to be, I was a regular on a space. I don't even want to mention the name, but I was breaking down
Why don't you want to mention the name?
I don't want to mention the fucking name. Fuck them. So,
Was it one I've been on? Was it one I've been on with you?
The one, yes, the one I invited you to. Yes.
Yeah.
So
you and I had that conversation. Yeah.
Yeah. So I went into detail in regards to one of my my dives as far as law of war, because there's so much more to that. You know, you got national security presidential memorandums, you got presidential policy directives. There's so much, there's a FEMA, there's so much more that went into that. So I started talking about, and I had written down all these notes. I got several legal pads that I write notes on, and I went into great detail about all this. And then somebody comes on and says, "Oh yeah, that's what Derek Johnson," and I had never heard of this guy ever. And I hand to God, I never heard of him. And a few people, "Oh yeah, Derek Johnson." I said, I don't know who that. "Oh, you know who that is?" "No, I don't. I'm not familiar with the name." "Oh, you should follow him." So I go to his page and I started reading some of his stuff, and the way he described it, what you said just now is exactly how I felt. He belittles. You got to be an idiot if you don't see this. And I'm like, wait, why is this guy talking like this? If he actually has all this information.
And by the way, can I just jump on your back here for just a second? And where the fuck have you been?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, and the other, and before that, when I first started doing spaces, I didn't know who this person was. Apparently she's part of Badlands. And so I'm talking about another dive that I had done that went into President Lincoln's actual papers, and what came about during his presidency that eventually led up to everything that we're experiencing right now, to include the law of war manual. And she brought up Patel Patriot. Right now, I gotta admit, the work that he did, I saw on Truth Bomb. I didn't know it was him. So when I saw Truth Bomb, I think it was called I forget the name of it. It was a series of videos he did pertaining to continuity of government, but that wasn't the name of it. It was anyway. Devolution? It doesn't matter. Devolution, yeah. Yes, Devolution. Yeah. So he had done a series of these videos, and I watched a couple of them, but then I was so intrigued by it, I just started researching more. And apparently this guy had done all that work. I didn't know. So when I'm talking about it in the space, the girl's name who was following me at the time blocked me. And I tried reaching out. You can't, when they block you can't really. So I reached out to a friend to try to find out why she did that. I still don't know why to this day, but I guess maybe they felt like, I was taking his information, which I really wasn't. I'm talking about stuff that I had researched in a space. I wasn't posting anything.
Right.
So, I was a little taken aback by all that. It's upsetting to me because I'm an avid researcher. I didn't just start doing this. I've been researching for a very long time. So, and I don't like, I won't go on your page, Dave, and see stuff that you've posted and then build off of that. I'll literally go off on my own and I'll spend days, sometimes weeks, researching that one topic while researching other topics, while trying to stay current with the news. Sometimes I'll have my 2 laptops, my desktop, my phone. I'm just so deep into everything. There's no time to look at what other people are saying.
Multiple tabs open, multiple browsers. Yeah.
100%. 100%.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, I don't see a lot of other people's content. I do go through my X feed quite a bit, and I've been spending a lot of time on X since Musk, and I'm growing on X. But it's amazing to see some of these guys that have grown like crazy on X, and I've been plugging along since 2010, and I've got 12,000 followers. I mean, I did lose a lot in the purge. I think I lost but a couple thousand, nothing major. But that's a lot when you only have 8, But but I don't have time to like watch other people's videos and stuff. So one of the things that I wanted to go back to your theory about Huma being a part of Q. This is a very unique theory that I had not considered because of her deep involvement in the Muslim Brotherhood, her deep involvement in, with her family, her deep involvement with Hillary, her deep involvement with Weiner. She was a part of, that life insurance policy, which was life insurance on his laptop. And just that she, to me, is the Valerie Jarrett of the Clinton camp. Just like Valerie Jarrett, Muslim Brotherhood into the Obama administration. And you probably haven't seen me do the dive on not the dive, but the decode of the snake. The snake poem that Trump always uses.
Right.
Yeah, that was a 1970s song.
So it was actually in the 63, and it was Oliver Brown. And Oliver Brown wrote and performed the song, and he was a black man in Chicago, and he did a radio show called the Negro something, Negro News. And it was syndicated out beyond Chicago. And his partner in that venture was a man by the name of Vernon Jarrett. And Vernon Jarrett gave birth to, his wife gave birth to William, I believe it was William Jarrett, and who married Valerie Bowman, who was Valerie Jarrett, who became Valerie Jarrett and became Obama's right-hand man. So she's also deeply seated into Chicago politics, as well as her Muslim ties. So I think that Trump uses that to show us that this immigration is going to be a problem. But I think it's a double meaning, and pointing to the Obama administration and the operation behind the border, opening, and the, to get more, to get the votes and cause the chaos and all that. So, and then somebody else redid the song in 67. And I'm forgetting who that was, but, remember when I said, had you ever seen me do the drop about military is the only way?
Al Wilson.
Al Wilson, thank you. So military is the only way shows up in drop 26, right? I'm not testing you. I'm basically saying that because I have it up. But so military is the only way on drop 36. And sorry, here we go. I'm sorry, 26. November 1st, 2017. Think about it logically. The only way is the military, ; fully controlled, save and spread, parentheses, once 11.3 verifies as first marker. Biggest advanced drop on the Paul, which was for newbies, that was the platform on 4chan that Q started posting on. So, so obviously we've seen 11.3 as thinking about it as both a date. Also, 11.3 in Europe is actually 3/11 is Monday, my birthday, and also a day in which it's the inverse of 9/11, the midway point of 9/11, 3/11, cabal numbers, numerology, double numbers, and so Fukushima was 3/11, the lockdown 3/11, NBA shutdown 3/11. So there's some dates for that, but we also got into the Law of War manual. What is your take on this? And then I want to show you something else. What is your take on 11.3, and what do you think's going on there?
I think there's multiple meanings behind that. Without a doubt, it has to do with the law of war. But
occupation, foreign occupation.
Yeah. But when you read, and I haven't read it all, so I would not be honest if I said I did, but I have read other chapters beyond 11.3, and 11.4, by the way, just came up yesterday, I want to say, through an Elon post, I think it was.
It seems funny
and
that's a very right after he showed the pictures of the fence going up
right
around the Capitol again.
Right, and that's a very interesting chapter, especially when you read the footnotes. I will go as far as to say that the J6ers could be freed if they use the Law of War manual. They are prisoners of war.
Correct.
But and I forget what chapter it was, but it goes into, I think it's chapter 9, where they go into the prisoners of war, and also COVID. There's portions of the Law of War manual that reference what we experienced during that pandemic. But with the 11.3, I think we've seen some of it. I mean, and when I say seen, I mean, the researchers and the anons who've been paying attention know that certain things have occurred in regards to the law of war. As far as the date, I'm still not sure because I don't know what calendar they're using.
Right.
So, everything has multiple meanings, but, it all depends, in that aspect. If we're going off of the original calendar, and what I mean by original, I mean ancient calendar, where there was 13 months in a calendar year,
right,
then that changes everything. There was a series of posts where Trump, Flynn, and Scavino, and I did a decode on this. I believe it was towards the end of, it was right after the Super Bowl, actually. It was right after the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Where I thought that was a marker in regards to the law of war 11.3. They posted within an hour and 10 minutes of each other. And it was the one where Flynn posted a video of Donald Trump, and it was from an REO Speedwagon song, I think it was. You guys remember?
I Can't Stop This Feeling?
Yes. Was it that one? Yes. I think so. You remember that?
You repeat that again for me. I was looking for your prisoner of war thing. So
it was right after the Super Bowl, and Flynn was the last to post that night, and he posted a video. Was he the last? Don't quote me on that. But he posted a video of of Trump, and with what I think was an REO Speedwagon song. And then Trump posted it as well, but a little later on Truth. But it was that day. Let me see if I could find it.
I'm looking in your feed right now, trying to find it.
I thought that was a marker. I thought that was a marker leading towards what we're seeing now. If you think of right after the Super Bowl to present day, how much has happened in that short period of time?
It's crazy. Yeah. And it started, it said, yeah, I remember. I'm trying to think of it was was Flynn talking about building 7?
It was the 13th, February 13th. It was the 11th hour, and it was February 13th. I mean, I have it. I know I do. Let me.
Dude, you drop a lot of stuff, man.
I'm home. I'm recuperating from an injury, so.
Oh, is that right?
I'm sorry.
Is that right?
Yeah, I got hurt on a bridge, and that was in October of last year. So I've been home ever since.
Hey, while you're looking for that, have you guys seen this?
POW 63. The Hague. Proved ineffective during World War I and during World War II. The provisions of the 11th Hague Convention of 1907 were.
I think you have seen.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's all right. It's just this. Actually, I know that.
Oh yeah,
Oliver's seen it.
Very clear, and it's not a coincidence that God made the first sign go through 7 cities named Salem on August 21st, 2017. And it's not a coincidence that Jerusalem was first called Salem, and this was the first sign. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe thee, neither hearken to the voice of the first sign, that they will believe the voice of the latter sign. And again, August 21st, 2017, the first sign, the eclipse went through 7 cities named Salem, and Jerusalem was first called Salem. And God has made it very clear and confirmed it over and over that the latter sign, the eclipse goes through 7 cities named Nineveh in America, and 1 city named Nineveh in Nova Scotia, Canada, which makes 8. Like 8 people on Noah's Ark. And the eclipse is on the 8th, April 8th, 4/8. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe thee, neither hearken to the voice of the first sign, that they will believe the voice of the latter sign. The sign of Jonah. And the eclipse goes right through Jonah, Texas. And then Nineveh, Texas, right next to each other. Then Cross, Texas. Then Groom, Texas. Then Bride, Tennessee. This eclipse goes right between Groom, Texas and Bride, Tennessee, family, like the bridegroom. And then it goes through a city named Elijah. And Elijah was raptured in a whirlwind. And then immediately after that, it goes through Rapture, Indiana, right in the middle of the Tav. But here's where it gets beyond gigantonormous. Not only is it the sign of Jonah, it's a much bigger sign. And they will believe the voice of the latter sign. And I showed you all glory to our Father in the name above every name, Jesus Christ. All the planets are lined up on this eclipse with all his signs, and they look like a ladder. But this is off the charts, what I'm about to show you. It's the most gigantinormous thing I've ever seen. All glory to our Father. Before the Romans, before the devil had the Romans start worshiping these false gods and naming these constellations after false gods like Aries and Pisces, when you go to sky cultures, the constellations, and you switch to the ancient Arabic stellarium of the constellations right here, the eclipse is in the latter constellation, family. It's right there. You can't make this up. This is Jesus Christ's design, God Almighty. And we've all been looking for the sign of Jacob's ladder. Well, you're looking at it right now. The ladder. And the ladder sign, the eclipse on 4/8 is on the ladder. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of God ascending and descending on it. And I'll jump to verse 16. And Jacob awaked out of his sleep, and he said, surely the Lord is in this place. And I knew it not. And he was afraid and said, how dreadful is this place? This is none other but the house of God. And this is the gate of heaven. As you can see, house is right there, right next to Christian, a follower of Jesus Christ. And remember, right at the top of the ladder in the ancient Arabic stellarium is flood. Right next to Venus is flood at the top of the ladder. And you already know what flood means. And when you look up the meaning of flood, the first noun is an overflowing of a large amount of water beyond the normal confines, especially over what is normally dry land. But look at the second meaning, an outpouring of tears or emotion, a flood of tears. But it gets way more gigantinormous. Not only is the constellation called the ladder where the eclipse happens, right next to it.
Before it gets any more gigantinormous, I just need to ask everybody to take a deep breath. Wow.
Yeah, that was deep.
I don't know what to do with all this.
That was deep. You know, it's funny because in January of this year, most of the planets aligned with the sun. I forget what date it was. I want to say the 27th of January. So there's been a lot of, coinky dinkies with space, so to speak. But this was amazing. Yeah, I saw this, I don't know, a week ago maybe. And it was amazing.
Hawk, had you seen that?
Yes, I had. And what he was talking about was the planet alignment was when Jupiter was going through the Maiden. Melissa Redpill did a big one on that. There was a
well,
I think it was
the birthing of Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. It mimicked exactly the star pattern that had that aligned with
rooting for you.
Yeah, I think I got it here.
With the birthing of Christ, wasn't it a star named Christ, something like that.
It was. I'm going to pull it up here. I got video channels. Where is her thing there for the videos? Okay, so this was okay. I got it. Let me see. Present. Dink.
The crazy part of it is, while you're bringing that up, my state, I'm in New York. We've had sun. I can count on one hand the amount of days we've had actual sun this year. Almost every day has been. It's like London, New York. What don't they want us to see? Oh yeah, it's horrible.
So you see here's the alignment here, and then Venus. I think it's Venus goes through the Virgo sign, and you see where Jupiter is down here, and so you've got them all lined up right here, and then here's the remainder of them on the other side. So the sun was in the center. The planets surrounded the sun, or from both directions. And the way that the birth happened was Jupiter came into Virgo and came out, at the time of birth. So the first time it happened was like, it was 7,000 years. It was somewhere around 7,000 years until it happened again, 23rd of September. But then it repeated either in December or January of this past year. So
the same thing. So once in 7,000 years, and then twice in a couple years.
Yeah,
7 years.
Yep, and it hadn't been seen in recorded history between the time of Christ all the way up until it happened on the 23rd of September of 2017.
I was tracking this day, and also September 23rd, and also 11/23, because depending on which calendar. But I got my family, 1,200 feet in the air up on the Santa Monica mountain range, from 0-foot elevation, because of I've seen the Navy map, which shows most of the United States underwater. I don't know if you got that handy, Hawk, but this is at some point in time, we've been told from the Hopis, from the U.S. Navy, from other cultures, that a cataclysm is afoot. And so when you see dates like that and planets aligning like that once every 7,000 years, you think, fucking cataclysm. So, and I thought it was going to happen years before that, even 7 years before that. That's it. Are you able to blow that up at all?
Oh,
This is a map that the U.S. Navy put out years ago. I don't know if this is the exact
90% of Michigan gone.
Yeah.
Look at that, 90% of Michigan gone. The upper part of New York, completely gone. As a matter of fact, New York is basically a sliver now. The Pennsylvania remains untouched, but Pennsylvania also obtains some oceanfront property. Remember they talk about oceanfront property in Arizona? Well, according to the U.S. Navy, there's going to be oceanfront property in Arizona. California will become as the islands of Hawaii.
Yep.
Oregon will be sectioned into two small pieces. The eastern seaboard, or the east side of it, it loses more than 3/4 of its state. Washington, all the way past Seattle, all the way over to the Olympia area, is gone.
Wouldn't that be a shame?
Yeah.
Seattle, Portland, gone.
Nevada, look at Nevada, gone completely.
Yep. I would be on one of those Southern California islands right there. That's where I moved to. From underwater, I moved to there. And
look at Louisiana. Louisiana, 80 or 90. Well, actually, it looks like Louisiana's maybe, if anything, maybe has 10% of Louisiana left.
You know what stands out to me? What stands out to me in this map is that Atlantis makes an appearance.
Yeah, and Lemuria. Yeah. Now,
coastline.
Now, we know a lot of the military brass that have retired to the Ozarks. Because of this map. And
the
that's Missouri, right?
The cataclysm is afoot. What's that?
The only reason there's anything left of Colorado is the Rocky Mountains.
Yeah. Yeah. And the Hopi spoke of a cataclysm that would take out much of this area. The Hopi said you want to be exactly east of the Rockies, basically, is what the Hopi said, to survive the cataclysm.
Yep. Look at how much of Canada is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Just gone.
Yeah.
And look at how big Alaska got in comparison. It's, it's crazy. It's but there are a couple of different maps in regards to this. That one there was a little bit more detailed than some of the others that I've seen that were put out.
The Navy map. The Navy map doesn't have Atlantis and Lemuria.
Right.
The Navy map looks something like here. I'm pulling. Oh, there it is. The blue and white one.
Yeah.
Okay. And by the way,
the thing is that if certain land is submerged, right? If certain land is submerged, then other land has to be revealed in order to compensate.
Yeah. Yeah. So because there's no flood, there's no more water entering the earth unless it comes through the firmament, which is entirely possible, especially if Musk keeps shooting up his rockets into the firmament. But the thing about this map is that in order for water to rise up, and I believe that the map is about like 780 feet. Like if you're below that, you're screwed, kind of deal. But if you're above 780 feet, you're good. It's somewhere in that ballpark. Don't quote me on the exact number, but it's in that ballpark. And so in order for that to occur, either water has to come from the heavens, like in the days of Noah and Gilgamesh, or Gilgamesh, which was later plagiarized as Noah, which baffles me to this day that people are so caught up in the story of Noah and the ark, but it was a complete plagiarism of Gilgamesh that was written on the tablets of the ancient Sumer. And so the earth must dive into the water for the water to rise up if it does not come from the firmament. Right. And so that's and that doesn't happen slowly. Like when I lived up on 1,200 feet, I was 10 minutes from the ocean. There were shells up there. where I lived had once been underwater. And so how did that happen? And it didn't happen slowly. It happens in major cataclysmic events. Dutch Sense just put out today that there hasn't been a significant earthquake in over 2 months. And there's speculation that they're building up for something around, Monday or the 15th. I can't remember exactly what that was all, what all that, but I think they're talking about a significant financial thing on the 15th. But for me,
yes, I heard that.
Okay. Do you remember why we heard that?
I don't. I want to say it has something to do with the BIS, if I'm not mistaken.
The what?
I don't recall, but I did hear the Bank of International Settlements.
Okay.
Something about the 15th, which is next Friday. Is it?
Yeah, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th. Thursday, right?
Thursday. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, something about that date in regards to the banks.
Friday. You're right, Friday.
It's Friday, right?
Is it?
Yeah.
And didn't Trump say something about next Friday?
Friday, yeah.
In his speech in his speech at the rally, yes, I do believe he said something about 15. I don't remember off the top of my head though, because I was doing a couple of projects while I was listening. So,
Dave, I have a question for you in regards to that cataclysmic event.
Yeah.
What do you think would cause something like that?
Well, I used to think it was Nibiru returning. That's the story of the Sumerians. Are you familiar with all that?
Right, the 11th planet.
Yeah, actually, 10th, the 10th planet X,
right.
Which now some people are calling the 9th planet because they got rid of Pluto.
They got rid of a few planets, right?
But that was, I was thinking about that before I awakened to the flat Earth. And you're on track with that, yeah?
That's why I asked you, because in my mind, the only thing that would cause something like that would be a shift on a flat Earth.
Right. People were talking about, the pole shifts and all that, and that's all bullshit now because we realize it's not a globe.
Right.
And that's the other thing when we were watching that video, what I was thinking about was that what's important to understand, it's like, here's an example, here's an analogy. We know Biden's under control. People like us think, realize that Biden's under control, the white hats, and this is all an operation to wake everybody the fuck up. And that's why I posted, I don't know if you saw it. I saw you shared it as well. But when I posted Biden's conversation with all the actors that played the president, I basically said the white hats are telling us they're all actors. And they're all actors that have played the president. That was my take on that. I don't 100%. Know if you have any thoughts on that.
Same exact thoughts. I could tell you, I was sitting right where I am right now, and I told my wife, I said, look at this shit. They're telling us to our face that they're all actors, including this guy. So years from now, we're going to look back at this, and by then it'll be a movie or a documentary or whatever, and we'll look at Biden as one of these actors that played the president. I had the exact same train of thought. 100%.
I love it. Yeah. So for those of us who know that, Biden is wearing a mask, and especially those eyes and how deep set they are and all that, I mean, there's so many proofs that this is not Joe Biden. He's shot. He's shot. He's shot. Right. And so if they can control Joe Biden, what else can they control? Well, they can control Kamala. They can control Huma and Hillary. We know that's happening because, we've proven that time and time again by taking Huma and Hillary's timestamps of their tweets into the Q drops, and it's like Clinton Foundation, Haiti, child trafficking, Anthony Weiner, life insurance. It's like these women know Q very well because they're very popular in Q. And so they know the significance of timestamps. So there's no way in hell they're in control of their own Twitter account, because they would say, I'm going to wait another minute because that timestamp and that Q drop have nothing to do with me at all as Hillary Clinton or Huma Abedin. Are you with
100%,
me on that?
100% all the way.
Right.
Right. When you say what else can they control, it reminds me of when Donald Trump referred to Scavino as the internet king. And that to me speaks volumes. What does that mean? Well, it means he's probably in control of it all. He's probably got a team, his staff, as big or small as it may be, they're probably zeroed in on all media, news, social media platforms, you name it. And they make sure, because how many times do you see articles come out at 10:01 and 8:56? And, it's always these weird numbers, but they always coincide with the drops 100% of the time. It gets to the point where you're almost like sick of decoding it, because every single post has to do with the drops.
Well, think about it. Back in the day, we used to have to wait for the drops and decode and look at Trump's tweets, look at Scavino's tweets. And I don't know about you, but back in the day, we were following Ezra Cohen-Watnick, and also Chris Miller. But in terms of Cohen-Watnick's, we were following his Twitter. But there was another one, Hawk, that we were doing that would put out the cicadas, and it was E the friend. Do you remember?
Oh yeah,
Oliver?
I still follow Ezra. That is.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
But I think, well, I know we proved this, or we caught this, that Ezra was E the friendly, or E the friend. And
let me ask you this, because I was just quite literally watching that video before I got on with you, the one where he gave the speech where Mello also spoke.
Space Force, yeah, right. Great speech. Great.
Yeah, I was just watching that earlier tonight, last night, I should say. He kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's held some very high positions. I think he's
the third civilian without question.
I agree.
And that's it. And that's if he's the second civilian if Trump's considered military.
Right. I think Elon's got to be one of those civilians. So,
well, here's my take on Elon. I've been very open about this from day one. Were you on the camp that the White Hats were in control of Twitter before Elon came in?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And I think part of SpaceX had to do with him agreeing to quote unquote take over Twitter, because he didn't take over Twitter. He's the face of Twitter.
Exactly. He's got yeah. The white hats brought him in without question. And they not only did they bring him in, Oliver, but they left him up with his Baphomet costume as his profile pic up until they changed the name to X, and it had an upside down cross. And we know his history with that. We know the Illuminati verbiage on his jacket at the Met Gala. We know of his the wife, the mother of his children, and the satanic imaging and the witchcraft that she does with her music. We know about his mother as a model and her coverage of the one eye and satanic symbolism. So we know all that about him. We also know that he sidles into really great projects and takes credit for them all. I mean, this to me isn't a good guy. And in my opinion, I just think that basically he is being manipulated, just like, Hillary or Huma or, any of these cats. But they needed to bring him in to get the message out about, hey, Slow, sorry to lose you, bud, but I guess you went to sleep probably. But to that here we have, if Trump had bought Twitter would have gone under, because everybody would have left that was on the left. But these intellectuals are the ones that we need to awaken the most. So how do we awaken them? Well, we get their amazing icon that is saving the world with his electric cars. Bullshit. He's going to take people to Mars. Bullshit. He's going to put up all these satellites. That's true, but with the white hats to take over the operations, Corona offline, all the CIA satellite system is offline, and so he had to do a deal, and he had to come in, and he was going to be the face of all this because he was revered. And so how many left intellectuals awakened to the connection between Twitter and the FBI, in the censorship of America, that heard it, that never would have heard it if it came from Sean Hannity or Tucker Carlson or Donald Trump, but it came from Musk, and it came through 3 liberal journalists.
And they still haven't disclosed it all. Absolutely, I agree with you. And they still haven't disclosed it all. They just scratched the surface. What does he have? 88 million followers. So I agree with you. And Cash is not, reserved with the fact that he gave him $40 billion. He's pretty outspoken with that.
What's Cash say about that?
Cash mentioned several times that he gave Elon $40 billion for SpaceX. And I believe that part of that deal was to be the face of Twitter, because it was around the same time where the negotiations were taking place.
Right.
So it makes sense to me that would be part of the deal. Now, I agree with you. And the whole thing about Trump coming back to Twitter, I think it would diminish Twitter in the sense that it would just be attack upon attack upon attack. And us trying to defend constantly. It wouldn't be what it is now, unless he came into a space, for a little while and said something. Other than that, I don't see him coming back to Twitter at all, you know, and I know that drop mentions it, but it doesn't say which POTUS. You know, that could be any of the POTUSes. Doesn't necessarily have to be Trump.
Well, it doesn't even say POTUS. It just says look to Twitter.
No, not that one. Not that one.
Yeah, the one I'm talking about is 55.
Right, right. No, I'm talking about one that mentions POTUS.
You're talking about the one when he leaves. That's 44 or 45.
Yeah, I think it's 44, which came up the other day.
What brought you to that?
44. I did a decode on it. Yeah, before POTUS departs on Friday, he'll be sending an important message via Twitter. There was a drop that he did with 44 caps, and it was an extra space, and that's why I looked at 44 and 45.
Okay,
but yeah, that's the one. 44.
So this one, 44, is POTUS departs on Friday. And then this one is look to Twitter, exactly this. My fellow Americans, this storm is upon us. God bless. So what I was saying was this doesn't necessarily need to come from POTUS unless this is the exact same thing as what they're saying here. And I've just made a point. What's that?
See, when I look at when I look at 5-5, I don't, and I've said this before, throughout the last couple of years. I don't think that message, my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us, is going to come from Trump. I think that's going to come from Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Because what he's saying is, okay, all of us deep state guys, oh my God, we need to run now. The storm is upon us.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Todd was of that camp as well.
Yeah, to me, it's like, and it could be whoever is going to end up replacing Biden. Okay. Because, as you think, and as other people think, Biden's not going to make it to the election. Okay. So it could be the person who comes next, who's the stand-in, immediate stand-in, so, but for some reason, something tells me that my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us, is not about Trump saying that, for Americans to scare themselves. I see it as a sign of, okay, guys, we need to get out of the country.
Yeah, see, I don't see that. I've never have, just because my fellow Americans is to me a message that it's happening. It's it's time. The same people that told us about the storm, which would be Trump. Trump said, calm before the storm. What storm, Mr. President? You'll see. And that's with all the military right there.
Well, there was a post on Twitter on January 6th that said exactly that, but we know who that was or where it came from. It was an infiltrator. And what you're saying, Hawk, kind of makes sense.
Well,
if you look at it as a warning sign to those who infiltrated the board, because by this time, by the 55th drop, remember Q wasn't signing any of these drops up until, what was it,
63 or 61, right, I think.
Right. So at this point, it could have been anybody. And I believe that once everyone got and I want to say after the arrests were made is when I believe the board was infiltrated. It didn't happen. Huh?
Which arrest?
4chan. The November 4th, the Prince Alaouid.
Oh, yeah. Saudi Arabia.
I believe,
Yeah.
and I believe that was the first arrest. The first arrest will shock the world. Remember, there was a double drop same time.
Yeah.
I believe that was the first one. I believe the second one hasn't happened yet. Some people say it was Trump. You know, I still cannot find any record of
No.
Trump being arrested.
It's not Trump. I've well, that's my take on it anyway. The first arrest, and this is my take on that, because this is an important conversation, by people that really can get this and are getting it at a different level, than most. 3716 and 3717 were at the exact same minute, of drop, and the first indictment, unseal, will trigger mass population awakening. First arrest will verify action and confirm future direction. They will fight, but you are ready. Marker 9. Q. Okay. So, first of all, in terms of when people were saying it was going to be Trump, I said, no, it's not, because if the first arrest is verifying action and confirming future direction, that's not good for us, because that verifies action, towards the Patriots. They will fight, but you are ready. Well, if they arrest Trump, they won't need to fight. They're now on the defensive. They're not taking the offensive. But if the first arrest is one of them, they will fight back, but you are ready. And Q is talking to us, the Anons. You are ready. Marker 9. That was my breakdown of why it wasn't Trump, or going to be Trump, when it was question about that. Any thoughts about that? And then I want to ask you about yours.
No, I agree. I agree with you on that. And it's not to the minute, it's to the second. So this had to be.
I'm sorry, did I say minute? Did I
you
say
did,
minute?
but I know what you meant. I know you meant, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
And it had to be multiple devices. You couldn't do that on one device.
Right.
So either they were in the same room at the same time, or it was one person with two devices putting this out there, and it was meant to be this way. When you break down this drop, the first section, first indictment, unseal,
that's
will
the
trigger
other
mass
thing.
population. That could have been the Trump indictment, because they unsealed it when they weren't supposed to. You remember that? I think was it Jack Smith that unsealed the indictment,
or Jack?
And they
Jack
started
Smith.
leaking to the press. Was it him
Yeah.
or was it Alvin Bragg? I think it might have been Bragg. It might have been Bragg. But in any case, I think that because at that point now everyone is paying attention. Oh shit. They're gonna arrest Trump, they're gonna indict him, he's gonna do time, this and that, what have you. The second part of it, I believe, is separate. Because an indictment comes before an arrest, but why would you mention the first indictment and first arrest? You understand? If it were the same thing, then the indictment would pretty much cover it all, rather than saying first indictment and then first arrest.
So, the reason why I didn't pay close attention to the whether it was Jack or Alvin or whatever, on the unseal, is because I didn't take that as to mean them, because if you remember, one of the early things of that we discovered as Anons was that there was a couple 100,000 sealed indictments, right? And we were just talking about this last night and trying to remember what the number was. But do you remember the 200,000 sealed indictments?
Yeah, it was 180 initially, and then went over to, and I think it's over 500,000 now.
Yeah. I think you're right. I think it was like 180, 190, something like that, right in there.
Started off as 52,000.
What's
then
that?
It went up. It started off at 52,000, then it went up to 180,000, and now it is around 580,000.
Wow. Did you confirm that first time was 50 something?
Yeah. I
Cool.
looked it up. It's actually in one of the Q drops.
So to me, those are the sealed indictments. And so the first indictment or unseal of those will trigger mass population awakening. So to me, that's one of the bad guys. And I do think they're related, these together.
So you're saying you think the first indictment is the first arrest?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's a good point. I mean, it could be two very different events.
Look at it as 4.
Yeah.
You know, think of the mass number of indictments that we're thinking of. You know, which 4 indictments and arrests can be so significant?
Well, yeah, I've thought of 2 because there's 2 posts at the same time.
Right.
So there's 2 first arrests, and you're saying maybe there's 2 first indictments too.
I'm saying there's 2 indictments that are unsealed that would trigger mass pop awakening. But an unsealed indictment doesn't necessarily mean an arrest. You understand what I'm saying? You can indict someone, like someone can be your neighbor can be indicted, and you would never know they were arrested. You know, if you unseal an indictment, that can be something huge. For instance, Biden. We have to remember that he's been under investigation for several years now, but because he's quote unquote president, he's protected by certain laws, right? So let's say that in the next few weeks, the shoe drops where there's too much information to continue to protect him. There's like no way that you can continue to protect him with this information or evidence that just dropped. Forget the financials. We're all being hit with the financial side of it. He committed, financial fraud or treason, what have you. Now, let's bring in the criminal stuff that he did, the real criminal stuff that he did. The public will go crazy. You understand? And I'm just talking about Biden. There's worse than Biden. So if an unseal of an indictment were to go public, and that indictment were to include, say, what happened in Haiti, and then they publicly arrest someone that, like you were saying, one of them, someone of significance, and then they continue with the arrests, that's where things are really happening. I've yet to see that. I mean, I can imagine that there were probably things done behind the scenes dealing with what I'm speculating here, but I don't think it's going to be hidden. I think they're going to show us at least some type of significance. And it doesn't have to be here. It could be in another country. It could be Italy. It could be Germany. It could be, Great Britain, what have you.
Right.
That's my opinion.
Well, the mass population awakening, of the 4 arrests that are mentioned in the drops or indictments, Orhuma, Podesta, Hillary, and Obama.
Right.
And Huma and Podesta would not, in my opinion, trigger a mass population awakening.
Right.
Hillary and or Obama would.
Right.
And so, you know, people have said, what about the Pope? Well, the Pope wasn't mentioned, you know, as an arrest.
Right.
And we also know that Hillary obviously was the first mention and the first arrest mentioned, but Obama Q continues to talk about that a photo will emerge online about him in Muslim garb holding an AK-47. And one of the Anons said, well, that won't bother anybody. We've seen that before. And
didn't Q say that was fake?
Well, no, Q said, well, it's not about him in Muslim guard holding an AK-47. It's what he's pointing it at.
Right. Right.
And then and Q said they'll try to, you know, say it's photoshopped. But we have the video.
Right.
And so they'll be able to debunk, you know, that. So to me, that also that exposure is going to shut down the net. Certainly the part that they were in control of. And that could be the 10 days of darkness, all that combined.
Right.
So to me, that if this is two, it's Hillary and Obama without question.
So are you aware that Obama was planning on double crossing Hillary? And during her term as president, he would still pretty much be in control, like what we're witnessing right now?
No.
Right. So apparently,
because I don't think they're in control anyway.
No, not anymore. No, I'm saying what he had planned.
You're saying before.
Right, what he had planned. So let's just imagine that Hillary caught wind of this. Now,
by the way,
now
can you give me the timeline on when Obama was supposedly planning this? Was like during his first term, or?
Well, if you think about, no, not his first term. If you think about everything he set in place as far as continuity of government, with Hillary becoming president and all of the positions that he had filled prior to him leaving office, you know, it was to his advantage, not hers. But Trump, when she lost, which they didn't expect her to lose, Trump did away with all of his presidential policy directives, but one, PPD 40, because he wants to use that to his advantage. So, and I forgive me because I don't recall exactly, you know, what date or, you know, where I got this from. It was a long time ago. But just imagine if Hillary caught wind of this, having the power that she has and the influence that she has, much like, you know, the 13 families, you know, vying for power. You know, there had to have been some kind of, you know, for lack of a better term, battle behind the scenes between them. You know, and there's a saying, and I think it's Sun Tzu that says, don't never interfere with your enemy when they're in the process of
destroying themselves.
You know,
Q said that. Q repeated that as well. So I was aware of, you know, Hillary was supposed to go before Obama, but they made a change because of his rising popularity. And so she had to sidestep. She had to sidestep and let him come on through. But she was guaranteed Secretary of State, and you'll be able to do your own thing. And then you'll be president for 8 years, and that'll complete the 16-year destruction of America. And so I could totally see that there was animosity between them because he stole her thunder.
Right.
And then when she lost, that's why she really flipped out, because that was guaranteed to her.
Right.
That's why she didn't campaign.
And think about the promises made to the Saudis.
Well, yeah, Q talks directly to that. And $150 million, what are we going to get for that?
Billion.
Was it $1 billion?
Billion. 150
No,
billion.
no, it was $1.5 billion, wasn't it?
1.5. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, not 150 million, 1.5 billion. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I think part of I think Q is alluding to some of that money that went to Iran went to Saudi Arabia, right?
And then you throw in the whole uranium one.
Yeah.
Right. The 32,000 emails, that they had to cover up.
Yeah.
Because otherwise Obama would have to implicate himself and bring himself down.
Because he was emailing her on that email. So this, this whole, Obama, it's well, let me get back to the first arrest. So it could be both of them. It could be either of them. If anybody, I think it's Obama, because he is the visible tip of the spear to all of this. All of the, Russia collusion, they never would have gotten off the ground without him. The spying would never have happened without him. The hammer was Obama. Getting the hammer set up at Fort or Port Washington, Maryland, and getting the computers from Mueller. And so Brennan, Clapper, these were all Obama, and this was all done. The spying that was being done for the benefit of Hillary Clinton. And there was no love lost between them, but this was a part of the plan. This was a part of the deal. So Obama had to play along. What's that?
But she lost.
Right. And so that's why she freaked out. And that's why she didn't show up at the event at Javits Center. And John did, creepy Podesta. Dude, no public relations person would ever say, hey, let's have John Podesta go out in front of everybody and talk. Okay. Nobody trusts Uncle John. Okay. And so that was even worse for them. But this who's going to be the first arrest? To me, it makes sense if it's at the top and the most popular, and that would be him. I think at this point, people actually expect Hillary to get arrested, but Obama, why would he doesn't have any scandals. Yeah. Why would he's and if you think he's going to get arrested, you must be racist. It's like, what the hell?
I mean, lost several accounts on Facebook exposing all his fucking scandals.
Is that right? That's
Oh, yeah.
awesome. That's awesome.
That video where and his name escapes me. Forgive me. It's getting late. I'm on the East Coast. It's way past my bedtime.
I know,
But,
right, man? I'm on
Congressman-
Central, so I got you by an hour. And by the way, we're springing forward.
Yeah, so we're even worse. We're
Even
off.
worse, we lose an hour of sleep, man. Oh man. Oh jeez.
So remember the congressman who just reemerged the end of last year, who first exposed Obama while he was a senator.
Are you? Do you, not the senator, but the guy who did coke with him and
No, he
Obama
was a
stuck-
congressman. No, he was a congressman. Obama was a senator at the time when it happened. Yes, that guy. I forget his name. But I was sharing that video years ago on Facebook. I still have the original
Sinclair.
archive.
Sinclair.
Yeah. Yep. Sinclair.
Yeah.
Yep. The limo driver.
Yeah.
You know, there's so much. There was so much about Obama, the whole birth certificate thing. I mean, I went in deep with that.
Dude, I was all over that, man. I was like, I was going for Sheriff Joe, and his forensics guy,
Yes.
And dude, but think about this. Like I'm absolutely loving Jerome Corsi, right?
Yes.
Through that whole thing.
He turns out to be a scumbag.
What the fuck, man?
You just never know.
Shit, man. And then, shit, of course, how many of us woke up to Alex Jones and then find out that he's Mossad,
See, I had read the book by Bill Cooper. So when Alex Jones hit the scene, I knew he was full of shit.
Yeah, because he was ripping off Cooper.
That's right. Everything he was saying was Bill Cooper's work. Everything.
Yeah.
And Bill Cooper called him out for that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I never followed. I always disliked him. Still to this day, he's I don't believe that he's even a gray hat. He's a shill in every sense of the word. Hey Hawk, how many dogs you got there? He's got a tribe. Wow. Are those all German? Are they all shepherds? Yeah. Wow. God bless you, man. I'm a dog lover myself.
14 adults, 3 young teens, and 8 that are 8 days old.
Wow. Wow. Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. And they're all getting what you call it.
They have a very good life here. They have 30 acres of all German Shepherd playland.
And they're getting what I forget what you call it when someone's smoking next to you. Secondhand
contact time.
Yes. Yes. They're loving it. They're loving it.
Yeah, they're really good though. This is a little girl here. She's only 11 weeks old.
Awesome. And the white one, that's beautiful.
Yeah, that's Gabriel. That's her dad. That's this little one's dad. Yeah. It's I'm very selective.
They're all full breed?
Yep. Yep.
Wow. You're blessed, man.
Yeah, well, to a certain extent, yes. All right, come on.
I know how hard it is to take care of a few. I can only imagine with that many.
Yeah, it's some work. This one here has been stealing my bed. Not kidding. She stole my bed. She thinks she's the shiznit now. The
honey took over the joint.
yeah.
Once you open that door, it's over.
She's such a
Do you have any
kid.
pets?
Oh yeah. I had a Dalmatian and the dog I have now. I have a Rhodesian Ridgeback mixed with a South American blackmouth cur. Best dog I ever had. Amazing dog. Follows me everywhere. He's like my son. But when I had the Dalmatian and him, the Dalmatian just had too much energy, was way bigger than him. You know, he enjoyed her to an extent, but it came to a period where we had to let her go because she was destroying our house, literally destroying our furniture. You know, you just imagine this huge dog running and jumping all over everything. And we had 2 acres at the time, and you know we would let her out, but she just even after we brought her in, she just had all this energy, you know. So my wife couldn't deal with it anymore.
Imagine
So
pulling in the driveway, and this is what you're greeted with.
Wow. Wow, that's fucking awesome.
He's
I've
the
never seen so many at one time.
They call me the dog father instead of the Godfather. I'm the dog father. I actually have a T-shirt that said that I'm the dog father. Monty sent it to me. As a matter of fact, yeah,
beautiful.
He's the German. Beautiful. He's the German version of a cat lady.
Yeah, you know, I've been accused of being a dog hoarder, you know, but understand that a lot of these, you know, like Honey's age and size, they're just coming up on training age. And if you know what the individual that's looking for a pup, what their ailment is, you can train a pup to go with this person and be the dog that the person needs. So
right.
A lot of our pups could go to veterans for PTSD and to help with physical normalities. Some have been selected to go to CNI and or hearing impaired training.
Right.
You know, and then we have seizure detection. I have three females that can smell cancer in your body.
Wow.
You know, and then I've had people come and get them for. I've had Oregon State Police come. They've gotten a couple of my dogs back in 2018. They got a couple of dogs, and they weren't training them for attack dogs. They were training them as sniffers. You know, it's like, you know, so when you look at them, you begin to understand, you know, how important the breed is and how smart they are, you know, what they're capable of doing. This fella here, if I have a seizure in this chair, he pins me to the chair and turns my head and keeps me in the chair. Whereas if I go down on the ground, his mom and his grandmother, one will come across my chest and keep my head turned, and the other one will go across my legs and keep me pinned to the floor until the seizure is done. Once the seizure is stopped, they come up to the side of my head, and each of them will lick each side of my face until I finally say, "Stop licking me," and they know that I'm okay. You know,
is that innate or is that taught?
It's for the two girls. It was natural. It was natural. Gabriel learned from watching them, you know, and his reaction time to a seizure trigger for me now with Jilly Bean can detect about a minute and a half, but Gabriel seems to catch him a little bit sooner than that, and he'll work his way through the crowd of dogs, get up here to the chair, get his paws on my legs. And I know at that point there that he's going to be in control, and I just lean back and I let him do his job. And
holy shit,
you know, so, Yeah, he's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Baron, this guy here was my first seizure dog.
First what?
Come on, there you go. First
Seizure
seizure
dog?
dog. Yep, and he's also the
Wow.
canine that I had that informed me that I had prostate cancer. I took him into the vet. He got his rabies shot.
Wow. That's
The
crazy.
next day, he started acting funny. He kept coming behind me, and he would not stop sniffing my butt. And then if I sat down in the chair to get him away from my butt, he would drive
That's
his nose
interesting.
in between my
That is
legs.
very interesting.
So I take him back to the vet. It's a funny story, but it's a true story. I take him back to the vet. I said, "What did you do to my dog?" And the vet said, "Well, what's going on?" I says, "Ever since you gave him that shot, the dog hasn't stopped smelling my ass, and he won't freaking get his, even when I'm sitting down, he jams his nose right up underneath my balls." And he said, "When's the last time you were to the doctor?" I said, "We were just here. You just gave him a shot." And he says, "No. What was the last time you were at your doctor? That dog is trying to tell you something is wrong with you." And we left there. I went straight over to OSHU in there in Portland, and I told them about what the dog did and what the vet said, and they said, "Well, let's get you in for an MRI." They sent me in for an MRI. I came out of the MRI. They told me I had stage 4 prostate cancer.
Jeez.
I started immediately on RSO suppositories, no chemotherapy, no radiation, and 45 days later, cancer's gone. That dog saved my life.
This one right
Wow.
here.
Yep.
That's amazing.
What was his name?
Baron. He
You
was
are
the
blessed.
first. Yep.
Man, that's
You
amazing.
are blessed.
That's
Yeah.
incredible. I got a pet too that's a sniffer. Let me show you a picture.
You got to write a book on that, Hawk. That's an amazing story.
There's my sniffer. So by the way, guys, we got 1,175 people in the house.
Well, that's just
One
on.
second.
It's not this. You still don't have the count for Rumble on there, Dave.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Your Rumble, your
Was
number,
that
your
just
Rumble is going
X?
to be more.
That's what's that breakdown, Hawk?
Okay, so it is if you hover directly above the 1175, a little list should pop down. 204 on HawkMarsden seeds.
Oh, I see.
22, 35 on number 24, 47 on Facebook, 821 on DaveSnedker on X, 70 on HawkMarsden, 1 on X, and your Rumble is at, I will tell you here in a second, 370. So
Okay.
1,500 wonderful people tuned in and watching. Now, interesting story about this one particular, that last shepherd that I showed you, Baron the first there. I had a woman who brought her 4-year-old son over to visit when my shop was in the Portland area, and she brought her 4-year-old son in, and she was talking about how the child was reacting at the doctors. It was like every time the doctor would try to go to touch the child, especially in the abdomen area, the kid like freaked out, wouldn't let the doctor touch him. So she said to me, she says, I heard about what your dog did for you. Can your dog maybe smell my son and tell me if something's wrong? And Baron goes, I bring Baron outside of the house, and we had these little tables set up in the backyard, and the little boy was sitting there in the chair, and we just let Baron out. I told Baron, I said, go see the boy. And so Baron goes over, tail wagging, head, all happy and everything. Well, then all of a sudden, Baron's tail went between his legs, and his ears drooped back, and he just had this all sadness look on his face on a German Shepherd. Okay. And he just put his head in the boy's lap and his nose right to the left side of the stomach. And he just started whining. I mean, like whining, like the annoying kind of whine that, dogs do, like when they're not getting a treat or something. And the boy reached down and started petting him and hugged him. And then the boy's hand went to where Baron had been smelling, and he just kind of held it for a second. And then Baron turned and came back to me, and he just was really, really sad. And then the boy let go of his stomach and just kind of shifted back in his chair. And within a couple of minutes, he ended up taking a nap. But the mom knew right then that the dog smelled what was wrong with the child. So she took him to one of the St. Jude's hospitals, and they found the cancer, and it was right there on the left side of the stomach, on the outside of the stomach. So it was the cancer was growing attached to it, and it was very, 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 very clear. And the mom just told him, he said, don't touch his stomach, just get him in a gown, put him in the machine, and I'll talk to him while he's in the machine. And that's what she did. She, but to get to the point where she was comfortable with, having her child exposed to that kind of a treatment, it was a reinforcement to her, where the child did not trust the doctor whatsoever. And she never went back to that guy. She ended up getting a new doctor right there at OSHU that day. And, the great oncologist. I seen her and the boy about 3 years ago. So that would make the child about 9 at that point. Very happy, running around and loving Baron like you would not believe. And his kids, he was playing with the puppies and everything. There was no surgery. They put him on a CBD RSO, no chemotherapy, no radiation. However, they had a legal battle that they went through where these nurses got together and were trying to force the mom to put the child into chemotherapy. But she went with the natural, way of using CBD, and with the RSO, that's the purest form of hemp and cannabinoid that you can get. And it worked. It killed off the cancer. So
amazing.
I haven't seen him in a few years though. So hopefully everything's still good, good and all right. Yeah.
That's an amazing story.
Yeah. Do I trust St. Jude's? Well, I'll tell you this right now, Dean. There are multiple St. Jude's hospitals. The one in Boston, Massachusetts, absolutely not. The one that's in Providence, Rhode Island, absolutely not. The one that I seen up in Washington State, 100% difference in mentality and working with patients in comparison to forcing treatments. Seattle was definitely falls under that category. But other than that, there's not a lot of trust to it. Is RSO Rick Simpson protocol? Yes, it is. That's they call it the Phoenix Tears, or they call it the Rick Simpson oil RSO. Yep. I produce it here.
Cure.
Yep. Run from the Cure is one of the best medical movies that in regards to cannabis that I could recommend to anybody. It basically just gives you testimonies from patients. It talks about how they make it, what they use to make it, why they make it that way, and what the overall effect of what that does for cancer. It's the idea that the Creator put plants on this planet that can heal us. The idea of it is that He also gave us an instruction manual, because the Rick Simpsons, Rick Simpson will tell you himself, where did he get the recipe from? He got it from a 1533 Geneva Bible.
Yeah.
Fermented fruit, and this plant, cannabis. Okay, they spelled it as C-A or K-A-N-I-B-U-S. Cannabis were a direct protocol to use for deep and intensive internal healing.
Wow.
Yeah, it's amazing stuff. Gents, I got to call it. My girl's coming over tonight, and we're gonna do birthday night and tomorrow, and I've got to. I was also going to try to do a short post tomorrow. Hawk, are you doing anything tomorrow?
I probably will do my regular 11 o'clock until probably. I think I'll be doing 11 o'clock until like 2 o'clock tomorrow. It's not going to be a super long one. I did a relatively short one today during the daytime too. We pretty much go through. We're spending a lot of time going through a lot of the stuff that's being talked about on X. We're covering a lot of news that way and stuff too. These guys will get bored if they don't have something to occupy their minds, and so we keep them out of trouble by keeping them digging in the news on whichever platform we have to do it on. So,
have you seen the street fight on the sidewalk?
Which one?
These girls.
Well,
let me play this, and folks, caution. I'm going to caution you this, but this is important. Like, this is something that I want to talk about while you're here, Oliver. It's but I need to access it from another account. Hold on, I need to do it from Brave. Here it is. Okay. This is.
Oh my God.
This is disturbing.
I can't with these fucking videos.
These two girls are and she just.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Did you hear that?
Fuck? Oh my God.
She's in a seizure right now. She's in critical
condition.
The hell?
What the hell? She might not wake up from that. Nobody's attending to her.
No.
Yeah, she may not have to wake up from that. Oh my God. Horrible. I bet they all left her there.
I mean, just absolutely tragic.
And it's happening everywhere, all over the place.
You know, when they came out talking reparations, I said, they know exactly what's going to happen. It's going to cause absolute racial stress from blacks to whites and elevated violence, because these young people are being told that they're owed something, that they're owed something by the whites. And then they also have plugged in diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is the exact opposite of what racial harmony is supposed to be about, because it focuses on the color of the skin.
Right.
What's your take on that?
Well, it's funny you say that, because I from time to time go into spaces that are predominantly black. I grew up around black people. I have members of my family that are very dark skinned. They can pass for black. And
What's your heritage?
I'm sorry?
What's your background? What's your racial
It's
profile?
complicated. I'm Puerto Rican. I'm a mutt.
Okay.
The best of all worlds.
Nice.
But I mentioned the fact that these kids, if that ever happened, where they receive reparations, they're not ready to deal with that amount of money. They've never been taught how to, balance a checkbook. They're too busy worrying about sneakers that cost $300 and $400. But they want to, and on top of what you said, because you're absolutely right about that. They're made to feel superior, and no one should ever think that way. We're all equal. And I think if that ever were to occur, you would see more chaos than ever before. And it's a shame, because you have people within the black community who are very intelligent and very powerful, who are pushing this. And it can't happen. No one living today, besides those elite figures who are still alive, are responsible for any type of reparations towards anyone. We did nothing. You did nothing. Hawk did nothing. And it was black people then, when it was actually happening, who were also responsible for a lot of that, that slave ownership and
it was the Africans that went into the jungle to get the slaves. I mean, that was, and they made the money, and the Jews owned the boats. The thing about the reparations thing that I think is important to kind of, chunk down a little bit is that if they said we've got to pay reparations, and we had to pay reparations, you would see more violence from whites against blacks. Because whites would be like, I got to pay this guy's lunch. I got to buy this.
I don't owe you anything. Why? I don't owe you anything. So why do I have to pay?
So there's going to be animosity from the whites. If they say no to the reparations, right, then we're talking about now the blacks have been told that they're deserved this, and now they're not going to get it, and it's the whites that are stopping it, and so that causes that stress. It's absolutely so clear to me that this is social engineering at its worst. And that's exactly what they want. They want these things to occur, because then we're too busy fighting one another to fight the people that we should be fighting.
And what's worse is the first slave owners in the United States were black. Okay. And guess what? All their slaves were white. Okay. And it really, they act like no other race has ever gone through that. Well, if we look at the side of the Israelites, the Hebrews, well, they were slaves for 400 years. Okay. If we look at, well, actually they were more than 400 years, because then years later, they were, slaves of Babylon. but it was because they were doing bad shit, you know. So these people went to war with them. One, took over their country, and yeah, now you're going to be our slaves, But the Irish were the first slaves here in the 1600s, and the first slave owners were black. There were more black slave owners that were the color of skin of black than there were white slave owners. Why were whites in sight of this? Because the rage of a white man under the control of the black slave owner, was able to put more fear into the slaves than a black foreman, So basically, a white foreman chastising the slaves was better than having a black foreman chastising the slaves. There was more fear that came from the white side. It was like the red devil came out and all that, and that was for more than 100 years before the first black slaves started coming to America, and they sold their own damn people into slavery. It's
I think it's at a point now where everyone has to realize we're all slaves, and we have to educate the young generation as to how we became slaves and how we can get out of slavery. That's where we are right now. I don't dig into too much the whole racial thing. I look at everyone equal, and unless you're a billionaire in this world, we're all pretty much suffering the same consequences, so to speak.
Yeah.
And the thing is, somebody made a comment. Why did you show this to us? Well, this is the thing. It's and I agree with Dave on this, is because of the fact that if you don't see it and you don't recognize it for what it is, it's going to continue. That behavior will continue. The only way that stuff can come to an end is by exposing it, by showing it, and showing the evil that's behind it. And it's not to put fear into anybody. It's actually to strengthen you, to stand up and say enough is enough. Enough is enough. Back when we were kids, if it was meant to be a fight, you had two guys that were going at it, or two girls that were going at it. Everybody else stood back in a circle. They stayed out of the way. They didn't get involved. They watched. Whoever, was the one that walked away was the winner, and the other person, and in most cases, they ended up turning out to be friends later on. Crazy thing out of all of that. Okay. Nowadays, it's if one of the people that's fighting the other person starts to lose, then 10 other people jump in on it, and and then the fight escalates, and it becomes like a mini riot. Come on, it was the days of chivalry, or whatever you want to call it. You didn't get along with somebody, you fought it out, and that was the end of it, and then you became friends, and you moved on. You might talk about it 20 or 30 years later. Remember that fight we had out behind the school? Jesus, 3:00 in the afternoon, underneath the bleachers, and you both laughed about it. I sure got my ass beat when I got home, because I had that black eye. My dad whipped my ass because I had a black eye. I had to learn how to box all over again, I remember those days. And the thing is that in the climate that we live in today, since just before the 2016 election, when the riots were going on then, and they were, especially all over the Portland area. You know, Trump possibly going into office was freaking everybody out there. People were reacting. People were doing stupid things. You know, and then they look up to the protesters. You know, these protesters that are going out there, these Antifa guys with the masks and the black helmets and black outfits and everything else. These kids are looking up to these guys like they're heroes. Oh, they're fighting the feds. They're fighting the feds. They're burning down the courthouse and you're praising these guys, okay? Because you know a real protest is some people who go in with common sense and great talking points and a whole bunch of documented proof that present it to the public and have everybody stand together and say, okay, we're not going to take this anymore. Okay. And sure, you know, you might have a little bit of shouting going on, but for the most part, they're peacefully protesting what is going on in these circumstances. But today, what we see is just constant violent aggression coming out, or anger shouting or dominance because one person's got a little bit better talking point and has got a louder voice or a couple of bullhorns. You know, there's a point where discourse has to go on. If you can't have a mediated conversation, then you're never going to come to a conclusion. I'll shut up now.
I know you want to shut it down, Dave.
What'd you say? What'd you say? What? So, you know, we got this situation that
Sorry.
The three sides of the triangle, right? Saudi Arabia fell, then it's Rothschilds, then it's Soros. Jacob's dead. The BRICS are going to asset-backed currency. We're going to asset-backed currency. The fiat currency, the central banks are dead. Trump put the Fed into the Treasury, and so that's fallen, as well as part of the media because the ownership of Reuters, right? And they're also it's very blatant that we see articles about how the Rothschilds' heirs are worth $1 billion. They make $1 billion on interest in 3 days on the money they have. So that's an outright lie. But Rothschilds is crumbling. So plus, and now the plus is Soros. That's going down. That's the media. That's the border, and that's the AGs and the
AGs
and the DAs, right?
Yeah.
So they let everybody through the border. They actually finance it through the UN, through China, through financing all this. Chinese men that don't have a bride at home because of the one-child policy that left, 50 million men without brides. So they got to, anytime that's happened in human history, there's always been an invasion. And we're seeing that at the southern border, and that's Soros. We're seeing that once they commit serious crimes, and anybody commits serious crimes, they're let out immediately. There's no bail, Illinois, New York, and that's all Soros. That's all the people that he has in his pocket. And then finally the media. And the media has got to collapse because of the people are still buying into the bullshit, what they're hearing, what they're seeing every day. But it's all happening. It's amazing how much is happening.
Right.
I mean, it's 4:30 in the morning, 5:30 for you. You got kids. I got a kid. But this is serious. This is like war. This is like what's going on here. What we're witnessing here is unprecedented in human history. Certainly the history that we're aware of. And it's quite magical. And it's quite
you mentioned
go ahead.
You mentioned going back to asset-backed currency. These kids don't have a clue as to what's going on and what's about to take place. When you remove the media and social media, they're lost. A lot of these kids are not involved in extracurricular activities. They're not out playing sports like we did when we were kids. They're on TikTok and doing things they shouldn't be doing more often than not, in my opinion. Once we make that transition fully over to the asset-backed currency and people start to realize that things really are different, in a sense that now it's an even playing field, right?
Yeah.
And the power of information is more prevalent than ever. Those who do not have the information that some of us have are going to feel left out, and they're going to seek information. They're going to want to know what we know. And that's where we step in and we show them, rather than, sitting on a high horse and, ignoring those who are in need, because there are just too many right now who are in need. And unfortunately, many of them will just fall by the wayside when all this happens. But there will be those who will be eager and they will seek you out. When that time comes, that's when I truly believe that it will be the end of what you just showed, the fighting on the street and the racism and so on and so forth. We will undoubtedly realize that we are all equal. We're all unique in our own, form, but we're all equal. I imagine a world where we all know how to farm. We all know how to, fend for ourselves, and we're not dependent on anyone. There's more land in our country available to everyone than they want you to believe. The problem is that they have us congested in certain areas.
Yeah.
And that's by design. So certain things need to happen, and they will. But until then, you're going to see, unfortunately, you're going to see more of what you just posted, because they don't have the desire to learn. They don't. When I was a kid, and my mom, I thank my mom for doing this. She had a set of encyclopedia books in the hallway, and I would come home from school. First of all, I do all my work at school, so I wouldn't have to do it at home. And when I got home, I'd study the encyclopedias. I was involved in almost every sport there is. And on top of that, we're riding bike, we're roller skating, what have you. But I was just eager to learn. I think there's a void in the young generation right now, and that they're not so eager to learn. So
yeah. I mean, it's in order to learn, you have to have respect for others, your elders, your mentors, your father, your mother, your older brother, even respect for somebody younger. You can't learn without respect for another.
And that's lacking.
because your arrogance is keeping you from learning something new, something that you didn't know before. And that's you know, and it's not always that they're not willing to, but they don't think they need to, because they haven't been taught that there's a reason why you need to know these things. There's this is the reason. This is why this is so important. Math isn't, you don't do trigonometry because you're going to be doing trigonometry to balance your checkbook, which they don't teach that. They don't teach anybody that, much less,
Right.
But it helps you to formulate your thought processes in your brain. But it needs to be practical. And that's why just all the institutions have to fall. The hospitals, the universities, the medical field, the government, the judicial system. It all has to come crumbling down, and we have to rebuild because they are too far gone.
Absolutely.
And the only way we're going to change, I've always said the first step towards freedom is realizing that we're a slave.
That's right.
And on that, my friends, let's call it an evening.
I like this. I like that I can actually see you guys. I exposed myself. I didn't think I was going to do that tonight.
Thank you.
I'm really tired.
You can also set up an avatar. So, like, if I turned off my camera, you'd see.
How do you do that?
If you look at your picture, there's down below. There's
there you go.
A little thing there where, and you just load a picture in there, and you can pull it up and have a picture there, so you can use your little logo
edit
picture.
Audio avatar. Okay, yeah. I see it. Edit audio avatar. How do you share? I wanted to share my dogs, and I couldn't. How do you do that? How do you share a picture or?
See where present.
Right.
You click the present button, and then you just have the file that you want to show. You actually have an option there where you can have video file, so if it's a picture that's on your phone, or it's a video that's on your phone of your dog, you can click on video file and just tell it where
I'm
it's
on
at.
my laptop. Oh, it also says share screen.
Yep.
Yeah.
But nothing happens when you do that. Screen.
What happens is another box pops up when you do share screen, and generally you get the option of a window or an entire screen or a tab.
Right.
And you have to select which one you want to share. And once you do that, then, so it's like, I'll click the X one here, and boom, it'll pull up my X window.
It's telling me to go to system preferences, unlock the screen, blah, blah, blah. I'll figure it out for next time.
You just need to do a few things.
Yeah, you probably have security features on that you have to give permission for StreamYard to be able to access.
Right.
Those.
Yeah, I definitely do.
I'm glad you came on camera. We lost 300 people immediately when you did, but I'm glad you
He's joking. He's joking.
And here I am thinking you're gonna gain people if I show my face.
Yeah.
No, people like it. They like to know who's talking to them. I mean,
it was like Trump's growth when they stopped the counting. It was that's the way it was.
I can understand why at the beginning of all of this, why people weren't putting their faces out there. They were coming on with screen names that were not their name, you know, and you know, they're basically they were trying to remain anonymous. But what I found that by trying to remain anonymous, I was H1M7Q was who I went by at that time. And what I realized was that people weren't taking me serious. You know, they were listening to the information, but they weren't really taking me serious. And as soon as I turned on my camera and they got to see my face and we got to have a conversation, then they realized that this is a real person who's in front of them. And, you know, and, you know, they started not just listening to my opinion, but they were listening to, you know, the truth as I was laying it out there and showing the proofs. And it made a big difference.
They like seeing the dogs. They like seeing the dogs.
That's true. Yeah. I was doing live birthing videos, you know, 12 hours of a dog going through birth, you know, to have between 12 to 14 puppies. And they were naming the puppies as they were coming out. As soon as they found out if it was a boy or a girl, most of my dogs got their names because of my viewers. So
that's awesome.
Yep.
My shows just feel like you're giving birth. Great show, guys. Great to have a New Yorker on tonight.
Yeah.
That's Bo2 8150.
I'll be back.
Edward says, yeah, I'd love that. Thanks for staying up so late, nearly dawn in New York with us and giving us all Sir Oliver, as well as Dave and Hawk, the greatest online university course we are attending are effing now. Beautiful. Thank you, Edward. That's pretty cool. That's over on Rumble. We got 320 over on Rumble. But yeah, this was great, man. Good stuff. We'll do it again. I'm glad you like it. It's basically the format that I've been doing for 5 years. And it's basically, you know, a lot of people will drop, you know, stuff during the show that nobody saw, that, you know, we'd cover it as it was coming through. So I really love the live. I love the, you know, being able to interact like this. Now, a situation like this. Now, the reason why I don't like spaces, right? I told you, I don't like spaces because it's a bunch of rookies waiting around to talk. And when you're in a room, you need to know who should be talking and who shouldn't. And this whole spaces thing, it's given everybody a mic, and some people, quite honestly, haven't earned the right to. Not the right to voice their opinion, but the right to hold an audience for 10 minutes when they probably can't hold a room. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I found myself listening to people that weren't really offering, you know, maybe they've been awake a year, maybe they've been awake 2 years, 3 years, whatever. And then it was, you know, but we get feedback. We get, you know, people saying what they think and what they want and asking questions, but it doesn't interrupt the flow of the people that are kind of coordinating it all. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. And sometimes you get people who are just there to disrupt.
Yeah,
and distract.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. And that just takes down the whole mood, you know, the whole flow.
Yeah, exactly. Like I've got, you know, we've got mods on most platforms. I used to call mine the Mod Squad, and I'll get that back because I'm going to more platforms. But basically, they would, you know, if you were being a dick, you just got tossed. You were warned, and if you were still being a dick, you just get tossed. It's that easy, you know, because we create a nice environment so people can put their guards down. That's another thing. Like this platform is is like I have everybody check their coat. You know, it's like, imagine all your preconceived notions, unconscious bias, and indoctrinations wrapped up in this coat. You're just coming in. You're just going to check your coat, and nice warm environment. You don't need your coat. It's going to be cumbersome, and come on in. Let's download some information and grab it on your way out if you want. But it's a way to create a safe environment so people can really be like, oh, I didn't know that, and not be made to look like an asshole for, you know, being honest about their place in the awakening.
Right.
You know, so it's
well, I gotta find that drop. That'll be my homework for today. The one I couldn't find. I remember it. I know it exists. I just could not remember it.
Oh, and the thing I was going to show you about the drops that we got sidetracked, one of many things we got sidetracked on, was basically the military is the only way is mentioned once, whereas transparency, accountability, justice is the only way forward was mentioned like 20 times.
Right.
And so everyone's focused on military is the only way, but it's really, that was just once mentioned. 26. Transparency, accountability, justice is the only way forward. 20 times, because that's what we're doing. And that's what is going to be the true awakening, is people are being exposed to what's really happening in the world, as opposed to being lied to, right?
Right. And we need them on board. We need the numbers.
Yep. Yeah, we do.
It's happening, brother. You know it.
Yeah.
You know it as well as I do. It's happening.
It is. So, folks, Sir Censorlot, Oliver, is thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Guys, I want to end this with a comedy short that I just think is too awesome to pass up. Okay, this is the state of love in America today.
Babe, would you rather kiss me or kiss the prettiest girl in the world for $1 million?
$1 million to kiss the prettiest girl in the world.
Wait,
Yes.
I get $1 million if I kiss you.
No, you only get $1 million if you kiss the prettiest girl in the world.
Well, obviously, I'd pick the prettiest girl in the world and get $1 million. We'd be rich.
Yes, we would. But did you think to say, I'm the prettiest girl in the world?
But you're not. You're not. And that's solid 6. A high 6. And you're being selfish right now because we'd be $1 million richer.
Well, I don't even think you're a 6.
No. I don't care what you think I am. I pulled you $1 million. You'd have to take one for the
If you
team.
would have just said, babe, you're the prettiest girl in the world, you could have kissed me and gotten $1 million. That's the loophole.
But you're not.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I'm glad you ended us on that.
The state of love today. Folks, we will see you again tomorrow. Oh, God loves you. Jesus loves you. We love you. And, keep tuning in. We're going to keep bringing you all kinds of crazy stuff and a whole bunch of truth in there. So,
all right. Love you all. Good night, guys. Be well. Peace.